Good morning, colleagues. Welcome to all of the viewers of the annual Group M conference NextM 2020, Reshaping Digital in the New Reality, or Playing by the New Rules in the Digital. The broadcast will take place at several sites at Adindex.ru and at the NextM official website, on the page of the NextM event in Facebook, in SMS, channels at Index, YouTube, in contact, translation in the English language in the YouTube presentation, and the video recordings of presentations will be posted, uploaded to the Adindex website in the course of the day. Please download the application of this conference, communicate with your colleagues, raise questions to the speakers, participate in raising questions, watch the broadcast and the conference materials. How to use the application for networking: download the application in Google Play or App Store, then log into the application and put in ID of the NextM event. Register. We are grateful for the support to the partners of the conference: JPMT, Video Conferencing, Commercials, Rambler Group, RBK, Media Today, Imho, First School of Digital, Amarena Media Selling, Mail.ru Group, Go Mobile, Quant, Winstrike Agency, iTarget, U Channel, Music TV Channel, Happy Monday, and Index. Dear participants, we're about to start. Good morning, dear colleagues. Finally, it's the 25th of June. We've been preparing ourselves for so long, and the day is here. It's very exciting, particularly since online is a different format, different process, different everything. My name is Sasha Kondrashtina. I work in Mediacom now for 13 years, and I'm now in charge of the internet advertising and innovation. Next to me, my colleague, Oleg. Good morning, dear colleagues. My name is Oleg Timbortov, and I'm the Managing Director of the Mindshare agency. In Mindshare, I'm in charge of creative work and content. Continuing Sasha's topic, data and figures and digital, I work in Mindshare now for 13 years. It's surprising, but Sasha and I, we came to work in it exactly on the same day, June 13th. 13 years ago, we came to our agencies. I guess this is a bit of a karmic connection that put us together here as moderators, and so we believe that we are your karmic moderators. This may help us to really do this conference in a very agile way, to fill up the pauses between the speakers and presentation, tell you more about the forthcoming presentations. Thank you, Oleg, for such an introduction. It's a unique experience, not an easy one for me, because I'm used to seeing the faces and respond to the energy from the audience, while online format doesn't generate such an effect. However, we will try, together with Oleg, to feel you remotely through your comments and questions. By the way, Oleg, how do you feel in front of a camera? Sasha, I'm a bit hesitant. It's difficult to work against the camera, but I prepared because I printed photos from the previous NextM from the audience in front of us, so the eye contact is what I do remember, but in terms of the hesitation, in terms of the presenting into the empty place, no. So you can use my printouts. I'm sure they will happily thank you for this idea. So today, during the presentations, we will definitely be hearing such words as COVID, isolation, pandemic, crisis. And I believe that many have grown tired of this, but nevertheless, inside our presentation, the speakers will touch upon these issues. Sasha, but I suggest that we should avoid these words, and let's try and really have a challenge for us. It's a classy idea. That's basically those who pronounce this word put out an image into the social network NextM, hashtag NextM 2020, and we also have a special mask prepared for the conference. You can find it in the NextM account at _Russia in Instagram. Dear spectators, you can also try this mask on and post your photos out. And there's nowhere without communication, so we suggest that you should download this application, even drops, then type NextM into it, and in the course of the whole day, you should and you must raise questions to the speakers and communicate through chat. Also, in this app, we will also be posting out the conference materials. So, let's get down to business. The topic of our conference today is reshaping digital in the new reality, or playing in the new rules in the digital. We wanted to create a bit of a formula of action inside which there will be a balance between a strategy and applied practical things. So, selection of presentations is exactly what you're going to see. And following a good tradition, by way of an opening of the conference, we will introduce to you a video clip which will tell you about what we have prepared for you. And after the video, we will have Maria Kolosova come onto the stage, CEO of Russia Group. Masha will tell us about our vision into the future, as well as introduce the results of the survey which we previously had sent to our guests. And here I would like to say many thanks to those who participated in this survey, because it enabled us to see a lot of interesting things and make the proper conclusions. For those who did not participate in this survey, don't regret it, because we have prepared something interesting for you. In the beginning of the conference, we're going to upload 3 questions, 2 of which were prepared together with our partner, Rambler Group. Answering these questions is what you can do through NextM app. The results will be made available in the end of every block and section. So let's begin the conference.
Кризис никто не ждал, но несколько событий неожиданно соединились в одной точке, и грянул гром. Привычный образ жизни был под угрозой, но на помощь нам пришли технологии. Теперь мы встречаемся с друзьями в онлайн-баре, смотрим фильмы в интернет-кинотеатре по подписке, проводим совещания по видеосвязи. В итоге мы всегда дома и всегда на работе. Покупаем еду, одежду и технику с доставкой, ведь так быстрее, дешевле и безопаснее. Занимаемся спортом в квартире и возвращаемся с концерта любимой группы, просто сняв очки. А еще мы накопили кучу баллов всего лишь за то, что сидели дома. Мы справились, сформировав новые привычки. Но останутся ли они с нами и дальше? Пойдем ли мы в торговые центры, кинотеатры и фитнес-клубы? Или не сможем отказаться от удобства онлайн-сервисов? Будем ли мы собираться в любимых ресторанах и барах? Или продолжим готовить дома? Вернемся ли в офис? Или работа на удаленке станет нормой? Сможем ли мы путешествовать как раньше? Или это будет доступно лишь избранным? А может, устав от цифровых технологий, мы откажемся от них при первой же возможности? Не придавая этому значения, мы уже давно живем в дивном новом мире. Ведь проснувшись, мы проверяем зарядку телефона раньше, чем сами ее делаем. Чтобы узнать погоду, мы смотрим в экран, а не в окно. А наши гаджеты порой о нас знают больше нас самих. В мир диджитал за нами последовал и бизнес, предлагая новые решения и подходы. Теперь мы можем примерить одежду, не выходя из дома. А искусственный интеллект распознает заболевания по фотоснимку. Анализ больших данных позволяет компаниям предсказать поведение потребителей, а интеграция с блогерами становится все более эффективными. Сложившиеся условия ускорили многие процессы и создали еще больше возможностей для трансформации. Мы стоим на пороге чего-то большого, неизведанного, абсолютно нового. Именно поэтому сегодня мы вместе выберем эффективные инструменты и обсудим возможные решения, как подготовиться к грядущим вызовам, и поймем, что будет дальше. What's next?
Good morning, dear colleagues. I am very happy to welcome you at our annual conference, NextM, which for the first time is being held in an already traditional over the past 3 months online format. It is true that there are so many changes which have occurred to us over this time, and honestly speaking, even now I do feel all of this being quite surreal, something of yet another Black Mirror season. Without doubt, in terms of many things, these are what we're really missing. Communicating in person, traveling, offline shopping. Undoubtedly, the economic indicators leave much to be desired and do not give us any optimism. But there are certain things that I would like to really feel grateful to all of this situation. And in the first place, for the speed of transformation of business processes, which in a normal reality could take years. Without exaggeration, one may say that during the past 3 months, digital transformation in a majority of businesses have undertook an enormous leap forward, and today we're going to talk a lot about it. Stay with us. Over the past few weeks, I've been hearing more and more people talking what will happen after the pandemic is over. What are the new trends which will remain? Which one will disappear? When businesses will start recovering? When our advertising market is going to come back? So there are many forecasts, but we decided to come up with yet another forecast, and together with you to participate in this debate, and together with our colleagues from the EMEA regions, we held a bit of a survey amongst our customers and partners, and the results of it I would like to share with you in my presentation. Now, the survey covered more than 160 experts, and I would like to yet again say how I'm grateful to them for that. Obviously, the majority of consumers, their expenses went down. Comparing to other EMEA countries in this region, we almost have an identical picture. 62% of consumers reduced their spending, but at the same time there are 24% of the lucky ones whose expenses went up or remained the same. Growth happened in online services, in pharma industry, telecoms, food producers, as well as pet food producers. Amongst my friends, actually, there are so many people who, over the quarantine period, now have a pet. Now, when do you think one should expect things to come back to normal? Based on the views of our customers and partners, the business will start recovering in September this year, while the advertising market in Russia will go back to its normal levels only in first quarter 21. The majority voted for March, although there is quite a percentage of people who believe that the advertising market will start recovering in January 2021. And it is evident that in Russia the advertising market is lagging behind in the first wave of recovery compared to the EMEA regions, which most probably is related to a later introduction of lockdown in this country and its extensions. Those who are not going to reduce investments are in the priority. There are 39% of them, and those who are planning to reduce them, there are 36% of them. The similar kind of dynamics we'll see in the EMEA region. However, there is a 10% group which is planning to invest more. Primarily these are the tech companies, online services, as well as pet food manufacturers. Very recently we've published our updated forecast for the development of the advertising market in 2020. At the current point in time, we are of the opinion that the decline of the advertising market in Russia will be 11%, but digital will fall not as much as other media, just by 6%. As always, our forecast took into account the GDP dynamics in this country, which this year will be from -4 to -6%. We are happy that in your forecast you are more optimistic than we are. Based on the results of our survey, we can see that based on what you think, the internet sector will grow in 2020 by 4% and in 2021 by incremental 12%, going back to practically the level of 2019. Along with that, the percentage of optimists is quite big. 61% of those polled do believe that the internet advertising market will grow in 2020, and only 24% believe that it will decline. Amongst those who are optimistic, we do see the representatives of telecoms, retail and pharma companies, and we are very hopeful that your expectations would be more precise than ours, and we'll be ready to accept that during the autumn conference this year, next year, at which we will traditionally share with you the results of 2020 as well as our forecast for 21. What are the channels that will grow more after the pandemic compared to the pre-pandemic period? We do see that investments are being planned to grow practically into all of the digital channels, quite naturally in the first place e-commerce, followed by social, online video, influencers and content. Interestingly is that the communication focus after the pandemic is over is being expected by many to do into the brand itself in the emotional connection with the consumers. It's joyous to see that the planned promo in Russia is considerably below the EMEA region. Probably this market has become aware that it's time to go out of the promo race simply because no positive results in the majority of cases are not to be expected. Now, what are the changes that will happen in business processes? What will remain with us after the pandemic is over? You raised a question: what are the new test and learn initiatives your companies identified or tested over the past 3 months, and whether you succeeded in them? It's great to see that many things which have been implemented were targeting the basic requirements for the business to survive: remote employment, e-commerce, data security. Out of the curious things, there is a new trend, which is the online professional training for personnel, customers and partners. Many have picked up this trend and plan to continue it into the future. Generally speaking, it's quite interesting that the remote work really has set in, whereas in the beginning many companies and many employers were not very optimistic about it, and sometime down the road they changed their attitude towards the remote employment. 63% of those polled responded that in their companies they intend to keep some of the employees remotely because they believe this experience to be successful, and in average about 20% of the personnel will be remaining remote. I spoke to many of my colleagues, and I believe that in the future there will be a mix of remote work as well as in-office work. We also asked you about the changes that your companies are planning for the purpose of improving their status. As we see from the survey, the majority of the companies find it important for their life in terms of creating the data safety and security and e-commerce connection. The next stage is more advanced, more complex, introducing new technology development in order to improve efficiency as well as to change the portfolio strategy. From the point of view of the operations, all the changes definitely are targeting optimization of time and resources, things which the majority of the companies have already done before, automation of internal processes, reporting, document chase, and with many of you, within these 3 months, we completely switched to electronic paper chase, as well as retraining our staff in the new skills which are necessary when working remotely. Certain things which are going to be implemented at the next stage, which will be identifying non-effective functions and getting rid of them, and certainly changing the processes to more agile ones, which will be necessary, amongst other things, if companies decide to continue in a mixed mode in terms of the remote and in-office work. What are the instruments and approaches you plan to use to a larger or to a less extent compared to before the pandemic? If we are to speak about what is going to be more, that will be further development of additional values of a product for consumers, again, development of e-commerce, data, working to retain consumers through CRM and content. Considerably less will be BTL activities, as well as the trade promo and price reduction, which something which may not make us happy. We also were very curious to find out whether the agency roles changed, so we couldn't help but ask you this question. It was great to see that many of you believe that the agency role has changed. 34% do believe that this is quite significant, but we of course wanted to understand what were the changes and what was our basic role during the crisis, and so quite naturally we raised this question to you. The majority noted that during the past 3 months the agencies became the key negotiators with the media partners, and that is exactly the case because since the start of the pandemic we had 2.5 times more negotiations with our media partners than we had done it usually during the autumn in the time of the standard annual planning period. We're also very happy that many of you have highly appreciated the strategic support from the agency during the crisis. Your agency teams in a very short period of time resorted their annual strategy based upon the new inputs and different scenarios. It was also noted, the analytical support from the agency during the crisis. I believe that all of you noted that we have been processing and continue to process a great amount of data for you, identifying the most important insights which help to make informed decisions in this difficult period. We are holding webinars, we are counting a great number of econometrics, we analyze raw data in order to extract the most for our main target to help your business grow, and we're very appreciative of your trust to us. But to make the picture full, we also wanted to understand what is expected from our media partners, who are the owners and sellers of media. In the first place, new services and the products which correspond to this new reality. Similarly, what is important is readiness for quick change, greater flexibility, and reducing the prices. These are the key expectations of our customers. 3 important conclusions which we would like to identify from this survey. First is the market. You, our dear customers, and you, our dear partners, are quite positive in terms of the dynamics of the internet advertising. Let me remind you that the majority believe that this year the market for the internet advertising will grow, and you believe that it will grow by 4%. The positive note in it is reflected not only through the expectation in terms of the growth in 2021, but also in the fact that there will be greater investment in digital channels as e-commerce, promotion, social and video. Second very important point, everybody notes that there is an evident strengthening of digitalization, not only as a media channel, but also as the tool for transforming companies, switching to remote work, introducing automation and technology solutions, development of e-com channels, working with data, online training. These are the things that would definitely remain with us after the pandemic. But similarly, it is important to us that we observe this hunger for new service in the B2B and B2C segments, and we are very happy to see that in both cases we, the agency, play a key role both from the point of view of analyzing, thinking of what's new should be for these services, and it is quite obvious to us and great to see that the role of an agency is transforming itself into strategic and analytical consulting, helping to find new solutions to grow your businesses. What I would like to say in conclusion, we very much want to believe that the crisis won't last for long. We very much hope that our advertising industry will start its recovery no later than the first quarter in 2021. We are very happy to observe new interesting trends which shall remain with us and which will produce a lot of opportunities, new opportunities for your business growth. We are very happy and grateful to you that over the past 3 months we've managed to execute together with you an enormous number of new projects. And today my colleagues from our talented agencies Mindshare, Mediacom, Wavemaker will speak to you and share with you the freshest and the best digital cases that we have been able to do together with you. We will tell you about what kind of methods and instruments we use to search for the opportunity to retain business growth in this very difficult period, as well as together with our excellent speakers, we will hypothesize about where are the borders of the digital, can they be shifted, what are the real ways to increase the sales conversion with the help of the voice, and we also talk about what is it that we can learn from China and how we can use this data for our own growth. Stay with us. A lot of new interesting things are in store for you. Thank you. Maria, thank you so much for such an incredibly interesting figures. So, in order for us to be able to plan your day together with us, let us tell you briefly about the structure of presentation. The conference is made up of 3 sections and it will last for 3 hours. Since we are in online, coffee breaks will take place in your convenient time in your kitchen. The first part of the conference is dedicated to consumers and the world after crisis and COVID specifically. Sasha, but we have agreed not to use these words, so you must post a photo. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, how do I go into Instagram? Somehow I don't understand how it works. Chief, calculator, officer. All right, so I'm taking a selfie and posting it. That's it. And now, let me try and tell you about the first part without the forbidden words, otherwise we will never be able to go over to the next speaker. In this section, in this part, we will tell you about how one should adapt in terms of the business processes, not just to stay afloat, but to achieve a new level. What are the cases from different countries that show successful achievements and what one can take in terms of the experience and lesson from China. In this part, you will hear a very in-depth presentation by Natalia Valuta, who is in charge of the knowledge department in Mediacom, and our invited guest, Helena Kudashova, who is the Vice President Baby Care Procter & Gamble China. Helena will share with us her marketing notes about China. And the second part of this conference will be dedicated to the kind of an approach which we propose to be used in the new reality. We're not going to limit ourselves to theory. There will be quite a few specific examples and cases. This section will be opened with our vision and approach. Anastasia Koroleva, Head of Strategy in Mediacom. Then our colleagues from Mindshare, Wavemaker and Mediacom will tell us through their cases how do they see the proposed approaches in action and what kind of results this may generate. Within this section we'll also have an invited speaker, Anastasia Sartan, the founder of the Silicon Valley startup company. And moving over to the third part, we will be telling you about the agency's role, what kind of services emerge within each agency within the Group M, and how we adapt ourselves to this game according to the new rules. And the colleagues from the agency will tell us about their vision and about new product solutions that they have prepared over this time. The section will be concluded by another invited speaker, Yuri Saprigin, who is in charge of the educational project, The Shelf Polka. And Yuri will present to us an incredibly interesting theme with no less interestingly sounding name, New Tactility and the Borders of the Digital World. Dear participants, download the mobile application of the conference. Inside it, you will be able to communicate with your colleagues, raise questions to the speakers, participate in questions, and watch the transmission. Download the application and put in the NextM event ID. The broadcast will also be available in Adindex network as well as NextM page and Facebook. If you missed one or several presentations at any point in time, you will be able to watch the recording on Adindex.ru website. The conference partners are Celever Video Commercial GPMT, Rambler Group, EV, RBK, Media Today, Imho, First School of Digital, Amarena Media Sailing, Mail.ru Group, Go Mobile, Quant, Windstrike Agency, iTarget, Ute Channel, Music TV Channel, Happy Monday at Index. We invite to the stage Natalia Balot, and Natalia, as always, will share with us her unique knowledge, some straightforward experience that we get from crisis and coronaviruses, facts and trends, which used to be fragmented and now have glued themselves into an incredibly seamless picture, which will prompt us to understand how are we to move forward in the future so as to achieve a new level of development in this new reality. Oleg, excellent presentation. I didn't want to interrupt you, but generally speaking, crisis is the word that you used multiple times, so you have to take a selfie. Now it's your turn. Sasha, you're right. Let me try and put my picture into the Instagram while it is being posted. We'll welcome Natasha. Natalia Baluta, the director of the Knowledge Department in Mediacom. The world will never be the same again. Hello and good morning. My name is Natalia Baluta. I'm the head of Knowledge and Growth, Intelligence Mediacom, and run this Gross Intelligence also function. And so my presentation is about whether our world is changing and what kind of world it is becoming. Essentially, I'm going to be your Sherpa, your guide into this new world that we ended up being in. And I will cover 4 issues. Is the world changing for the better? Are these changes for better? How do we use the lessons from the past crisis? And what are the new things that we should do right now in order to be successful in this changed reality? Well, we are witnessing the current point in time, and we understand that whatever we're going through is an unprecedented crisis. But is it true? Will the world really change and become unrecognizable? Because we always hear skeptics saying that yes, this is a crisis, but in my life, for example, this is the 4th one, as far as I can remember, and every time nothing changes, everything goes back to where it was. Now, what's the truth then? And even in my memory, I can tell you that there have been quite a few crises. We've seen how the Soviet Union broke up, then the economic crisis in 1998, then we were preparing ourselves for the millennium problem, and then a major tragedy happened on 9/11, and then the global recession in 2008, in 2014, political tension and sanctions, and so here we are in 2020. And so discussing all of this crisis, we cannot but think, and many debates are going on, what kind of form this crisis will take. And continuously we hear letters B-U-L, but I suggest that we should think about a new letter, and that this crisis is going to be in the shape of the letter S as US dollar. What does it mean? S is S-curve. This is the basic algorithm, the basic causality, that all of the processes in the universe are falling from cosmos down to the single atom and in all our ordinary human life. It means that after changes take place, there is no going back to the previous state of the affairs. Always after relaxation, there is a period of transformation, turbulent growth and change, and then we are on a new plateau. And it seems that an easy change has taken place, but in between the previous and the current plateau, there is this disruption, which is the scale of transformation. And if we take a look through a specific examples, almost we all love music. We have fresh data of a recent survey which Mediacom did, almost all. And so that almost used to be the case back in the 20th, 19th, as well as the 18th century, and even earlier. So it seems like we all continue to listen to music, but we're listening to it in different ways because technology has changed dramatically. Because in the past there used to be the records, and then iPods and CDs, and the new technology that we're currently using during coronavirus, we're listening to the B2 live concert through the OCO online theater, and that is the recent thing from the technology. Another similar example, we all love Big Macs, and we have been loving it for 30 years, but we do it in different ways, each of us. Whereas back in 1990s, we waited in a very big and long queue, and then in 2012, we got a big discount on it. We also want a Big Mac, but we expect it to be brought under delivery so as to avoid the risk of contracting the coronavirus. So overall, this is very good, and this is very well illustrated by the current situation. So I will summarize the first topic. Yes, after coronavirus, the world has changed. It has changed, and there is no going back to what it was to be before. We undertook this great leap, and these our basic human needs remain the same. It's just that we are going to meet these needs in a totally different way. Now, speaking about the needs, we are hearing different comments from the same skeptics. Seems like amongst our needs, we have really slid down somewhere. Now, do these changes are for the good? I've told you about the S-curve. It means that we're not going to slide down the pyramid. It means that we went up to a different level, to a higher level, to a new pyramid. This is a lower level, but this is 2.0 level. We are worried about the safety. Yes, of course we are. But right now, this is a new kind of a safety with all the digital capabilities. It is impossible to imagine the world without being connected to internet, without Wi-Fi, without the speed of data transfer, without transparency. It's never been like that before. And so whatever we have right now, these digital capabilities dramatically change the world and change all of the processes which are taking place in it. So just think about it, whether sometime in the past we could ever hope for such a speed and synchronization of various measures which have been undertaken to fight coronavirus the world over. Again, there have never been such a thing that we had, and so this well-concerted action on the part of many countries and the speed with which they have been undertaken to a great extent have been predefined by the transparency of the data, how the whole society is aware of what is happening, and so these changes taking place. There are some who are not taking it easy, those who are not adjusting themselves quickly. For example, the new movie by Christopher Nolan, which is being announced for the middle of July, although the cinemas are closed, and there is no information about any more innovative way to start the show. But other companies, for example, the biggest tele giants, Google, Microsoft, and Facebook, they're currently switching very quickly and changing their long-term strategies because of the coronavirus. And they're investing billions of dollars into various activities aimed at fighting coronavirus, which is supporting for the small business, investing into the development of healthcare, and investing into different ways of connectivity and measures to fight coronavirus. And I can give you another good examples that we're currently seeing. This is the fashion world, which is transforming towards the digital fashion. On the one hand, well, our own habits of consumers have transformed very quickly. Within just 1 month, we're all learned how to buy clothes online, even whereas in the past we felt certain barriers. The biggest fashion brands transformed their processes very quickly, going into the fully digital form. For example, everything from the sketches and the design and the podium walk will be on video, and of course various fashion applications appear which enable us to play with the fashion the way we're used to, irrespective of staying home. So finalizing this second round of a topic, I can tell you, yes, the world has changed, but it has changed for the better. And here I will call upon help from Steve Blank, almost the godfather of the Silicon Valley, one of the greatest startups of our times, and he's saying this, indeed, we are going through an unprecedented situation, and so the intentional trading of jobs and economics and profiting for saving hundreds of thousands of lives. It has never been like that in the past history, and one cannot really say that that is a good change. But if the world has changed so dramatically, then one shouldn't remain within the previous business model. Whatever worked 30 days ago, 60 days ago, currently becomes an outdated, redundant, and unacceptable. So in this new world, any business requires a new business model. Version 2.0. But on the other hand, we truly have gone through quite a few crises. We have learned a lot, whether we can use the lessons of the past in order to somehow overcome the current difficulties. Let's take a look at what we know, what we are armed with. If we look at the past crises in Russia 2014, 2016, then effectively those ones who were cheaper. Of course, a big amount of losses occurred because of the external factors, the economics, social demographics, like changes in the structures, SMB, and changing attitudes toward the healthcare and the healthy dieting. But also the decline was brought about by the fact that manufacturers were reducing media support and refused to launch innovations. I want to tell you that this is data not coming from just one sort of a manufacturer. This is the kind of a situation which represents the fall of the MCG industry, and the only way through which brands were trying to fight against the decline, investing into promo. So it's joyous to see that in the years after the crisis from 2016 until 2019, focus upon media and innovations recovered, and these have become another important source for the business development, but investment into promo didn't go down. they continued to remain a very significant part in the investment focus, although in the contemporary world, this is no longer so necessary. In the world, which is armed with data and algorithm, one can easily move away from working with a mass promo towards working with target audiences. We've got a very inspiring example from Procter & Gamble, from Olay brand in the United States. Last year, this brand switched specifically towards the strategy of specific audiences. They had this opportunity because they had great accumulated data about their potential buyers. So the brand was very serious, working on it during the previous years. And what are the results that they achieved? A big coverage, 65 million with a smart audience approach, and that is essentially much greater than one can purchase from the United States, as a broad audience, females within one particular age group. At the same time, the brand was able to considerably reduce the budget and achieve the same considerable growth in sales. That's exactly that every business is dreaming about. Now, what was that? So, Russia similarly is working on its targeted approach, and we can see it from the kind of campaigns that we put together for our customers in Russia in different instances for different businesses. Personalization and targeted approach do produce a better feedback to the mass promo, a greater sales growth, and on top of it, the targeted approach also enables us to grow profit and optimize it without detrimenting the revenue. And what's particularly great is that this is the kind of trend that we see both for offline as well as online part and e-commerce. And if one is to target towards the data that we are getting from the Nielsen, from its recent survey, where they polled the business leaders in the FMCG industry, producers and retailers, it's great to see that the focus that the business leaders select themselves in 2020 is also a new one. It has transformed. Something that they're going to spend a great amount of time and resources and investments to develop their business within 2020 is first and foremost digital transformation. This is developing online trading. This is marketing communication, and so within this list of promo, finally, we have this as a priority. Finalizing this topic, I want to say that we do know a lot from previous crises. We know how to cope with them, but we are not obliged to act in the old ways. The data technology have given us new tool set which are more appropriate for the current times. And here I'm going to call upon a quote from Mark Pritchard, the former Procter & Gamble global CMO. He said that we need to reinvent marketing and to reinvent media and move from mass communication to one-to-one communication, but do it on a much larger scale. Well, similarly, we know what we should do. We've got the instruments, but I would like to remind you about another trap that we've discussed in detail during the Continuum conference in the autumn of last year, that quite often we forget about long-term focus. And specifically, all of the activities that are related to targeting and communication one-to-one, very often they are going for a short-term performance without helping us to grow the immunity and the long-term brand health. How are we to avoid this trap and not stay focused upon only a short-term profit and benefit? Let me remind you that last year we gave you a detailed story about the death of credibility, and whatever we see right now, it worsens the situation more. All of the digital activities such as programmatics and social do give us a great feedback within a short period, and they don't help us to develop long-term brand health. And so right now, during the coronavirus, we do see that the situation here is changing not for the better. People under the pressure because of the overdosed information that they suffer from intentionally and quite significantly reduced media consumption. And in Mediacom, we run global ethnographic survey trying to watch how the way of life transforms amongst consumers in different countries. And from this particular survey, we are deriving that practically people like in one voice in different countries, in Russia, UK, in Italy, in the United States, are telling us almost the same things. I do not trust media. I stopped watching TV because whatever I hear from it doesn't give me any credibility. And I want to take information from the internet, but I can't trust everybody internet. Every statement, every piece of news, I need to verify and find things out for myself. This is very tiring. And so the biggest scare right now is not coronavirus, and it is not the pandemic that will really push us down by the media. This is not what we want to really hear working in this industry. What are we to do with it? What kind of opportunities do we have to achieve it? Part of the pressure that we are feeling from coronavirus is is in the new areas of development. It all started from those restrictive measures, which we are under right now, and we continue to go through them, which have been called upon to protect us, to reduce the dissemination of infection. But they also change our ways and behaviors. They provoke new ways of interaction in between human beings, as well as between the human beings and the brands and the businesses. But the restrictive measures also affect the economics, and we're currently seeing many features of economic crises, macro and micro, additional HR pressure upon us, the consumers. And that looks like a vicious circle. But fortunately, there is a way out of it. Yes, we do feel the pressure, but life is not standing still. And we're forced to be looking for ways out. And because of it, we start having new needs, new requirements. And moreover, against such dramatic changes and the pressure that we feel on all sides, the way we are ready to accept new things becomes much speedier. So the speed of accepting new technologies is a record one. And a great number of brands the world over offer to us new creative approaches of the way one can improve life for each and everyone using technology. In Russia, one of the biggest examples, one can say what the Arzamas Radio did in the very beginning of the crisis. Globally, I would like to draw attention to TikTok campaign, and it is doing not only what traditional social networks do. Of course, it has strengthened its position amongst major players, but here's another example. In January, in China, a very much expected premiere of the Lost in Russia movie, but it was under a threat because quarantine was introduced, theaters were closed, so TikTok really did a screening of its premiere in its network for all of the Chinese spectators. And so people were able to see this new thing that they have been expecting for so long. And this is not only a technology example, it's the example of using technology to create credibility amongst consumers. And that is important at this point in time because the role of technology has transformed. Whereas in the era before coronavirus, if some kind of a business was using innovations and new technologies, that was exactly the signal of its contemporaneity. Now, in post-coronavirus, standards are higher. Now, application of technology is not just being innovative. Technologies these days, these are the signals about the social responsibility of the businesses, and this is much more than just being innovative. And I shall illustrate this through the example from the banking industry and the transformation of voice technologies that are being used by the banks. In 2019, voice assistants have been actively applied by many banks specifically to optimize internal processes, to optimize costs, and that was important, that was innovative, revolutionary even to a certain extent. But coronavirus came around, and now we are waiting for a totally different thing from the banks and the way they are going to use technology, because the contactless payments are quite prevalent. This is very important. And for next year, we as consumers who would be looking forward from the banks to introduce voice-based technologies in terms of the bank machine management, because any touch point with the machines, meaning touching the buttons at every touch, is the risk to contract coronavirus. This is a risk to our own health, our friends and our family. But at the same time, bearing in mind the kind of technologies we are having right now, there's absolutely no need to touch the bank machine. You can switch over to the voice management and voice control. And the most systemic example of the way the technology can be used to develop credibility is being demonstrated by the innovative cosmetics company from Shanghai, Ling Shenghuai. In January, the company encountered something that practically all of the businesses were facing because the lockdown was introduced, many stores had to be closed, sales went down to zero. So the management didn't accept it. So they switched the company working to new technology track. And they started live broadcasting from Taobao platform, introducing personalized coupons for their customers. And they have transformed more than 100 of their consultants, cosmetics consultants from stores into online beauty bloggers. And so the pinnacle of what this company did was the broadcasting they did on February 14th, the high season when many companies are trying not to lose their sales. And in 2020, everything was under an enormous risk, but the company actually doubled its sales compared to 2019. 60,000 viewers in direct viewing, super effective work done by these newly appearing beauty bloggers, beauty consultants, but most importantly is that the customer loyalty is growing. The customers were commenting at that point in time when we're overflowing with information, when there was so much of what we had to learn, your personalized offer, the kind of an offer that you are suiting to my needs, was really helpful, and that was the best thing that one could achieve using technology. But apart from the credibility growing between the brand and the buyers, also collaboration between the partners is becoming stronger. For example, Louis Vuitton and Taobao. So, summarizing this part, I'd like to say that indeed technologies have made us stronger, but we need to apply them not in the old ways. We need, within the new business model, use technologies as an instrument applied to strengthen mutual trust and credibility. Another quotation, another person who I call upon to help me, Nassim Tail, the expert in black swarms, the kind of person who one may say is the one who knows best how to cope with the current problems. So he said, if our present doesn't repeat our past, why our future should resemble our present? Our future is in our hands, and we need to create it now. So if from my whole presentation I aim to give you a few recipes to remember what and how one can create this better future, these are these 4 points. The world has changed. It has changed without returning to what it used to be. It will never be what it was, but it will become better. And in this new world, every business should also become better and reinvent its business model to create its new version, which is equipped with technology, with the data, and that will have companies to succeed, particularly if technologies are going to be used as instruments to raise credibility between the brand and the guys, the credibility between partners, credibility between society and the media. And it's all in our hands. This is all possible. So on my part, this is it for today. Thank you very much for your attention. I do regret that I wasn't able to see your faces and hear your questions, but you can use app, and through it we will answer all of your questions. So I'm wishing you an enjoyable end of the day. My colleagues from Videocom, Mindshare and Wavemaker and our people will tell you about the practical ways to employ these new business models and use the technologies in the right way in the contemporary world. So have a good day. Natalia, thank you so much for your presentation. Elaborating on this topic, we would like to take a look at a real experience from the business in the fields, particularly the one that suffered most. And I speak about China. Elena Kudryashova, the Vice President for Baby Care, Procter & Gamble China, will share with us her unique experience in her observations through the example of this country. I personally really enjoy introducing Elena because Procter & Gamble has always been in my heart during my career development, because that is the customer that I am related to, with the people who are now all over the world but are still very close to me. Elena Kudryashova, Vice President, Baby Car P&G China. China's experience in exiting from quarantine. Good afternoon. My name is Elena Kudryashova, and I'm very happy to join your conference. I would have never thought that the first industry event in Russia would be about China, but that is exactly why. Why China? Because for 2 years I have been working in China in Procter & Gamble in charge for female hygiene. And here you can see the China student, which is the way I feel myself in this country. In China, any expat below 5 years of experience is not believed to be an experienced person. If you lived in the country in between 5 to 10 years, there is something that you start to understand. After 15 years, you are deemed to be an experienced person. So I'm still a student of China. The map that we're looking at is very unusual. Well, the reason we have all of these flags on it is my way to remind myself how big and how complex this country is, and how important it is to always try and understand what's going on around you. So if you're interested to find out where Russia is on this map, just look at the very bottom on the right. The white and blue strips is where we are in this realm. So that's where I live. And right now, because of the COVID, and I'm going to tell you the story about it. Before I start talking about the pandemic and how it was happening here, one should speak a little bit about the market, because the market is different, and that will help you to understand, and I hope to try it on yourself, how to apply this knowledge. The first and most important thing, the business model. Why it's tree hair and why it is bamboo. One of the founders of Shaolin, maybe you have heard it, sometimes told us that you, the Western people in the business, you are growing a tree. We are growing a bamboo wood forest. Your tree may be a big one, very beautiful, very strong, but if it falls down in a storm, then you will be left without anything. In my case, if there would be 10 bamboo trees that will be broken, 90 will remain and my forest will continue growing. This is the fundamental difference in between business approaches. Unless you understand it, you won't be able to understand anything in China. Once you grasp it, it becomes clearer to you why it should be also important to us, because the main strategy in the Chinese business is to develop an ecosystem. You and us, we are praying for simplification. We're afraid of complexities. We learn in universities how to simplify things. China believes that the bigger is complexity, the more opportunities you get. So the orange circle that we are looking at is this renowned Alibaba. Most probably, many of you read the comparison about Alibaba and Amazon, who sold how much in which particular day. It is of no principal importance. What's principally important is that Alibaba and the sales that we see from it is just the tip of an iceberg. And this whole circle includes into itself also an innovation system, financial services, media, logistics, and many, many, many other things. And at the same time, Alibaba in China is not the only one. We simply know because Jack Ma is very popular. There are several systems like that, and the one that you see on the right in blue, this is Tencent, which in China even more important than Ali. Why am I saying this? Because the ecosystem really conditioned the way that China has gone through the crisis and the way it goes out of it. And when I'm going to tell you what's going on, please remember this word, ecosystem. Now, a few words about consumers. The most important thing about a Chinese consumer, this is consumption upgrade. This is a pun of the Chinese word that you can't translate. Look at the chart. In dark blue, this is the percent of the poor families in China, and over the past 15 years, it has gone down from 80% down to 30%. Whatever is above blue is the middle class and above, where there is money. So it's not only about money, it's also about the fact that in China over the past 20 years, a very intentional work was done to improve the quality of consumption. It's a very, tricky phrase. You couldn't come up with a better one. It includes everything, starting from building incredible trade malls, all the way to the subsidies to buy Teslas and so on and so forth. As a result of this process, 76% of growth in China comes from internal consumption. We used to say that China is the global manufacturing site. That remains the same, but this particular factory has been living primarily not from the returns from exports, but from the internal consumption. And that is very important to understand the COVID, to see how the country is exiting this crisis through the internal consumption. My favorite description of China is that this is a China of extreme convenience. Whenever I'm telling my friends, never visited China, people usually start saying, we've got the same thing here, and we've got that as well, and this we do have, and that is all true. But the difference is that in China, is not what you have it. This is always everywhere, and this is the way everybody does it. So the only thing that you do it through your smartphone, and you basically can have your coffee delivered to you in 15 minutes in home, in park. You can rent anything in any place and return it to any place. For example, you don't have to carry it to a certain place. You pay everywhere by barcodes that you see, the scanners in front of you, and that is very important to understand how China survived through the crisis. And the last very important thing is this extraordinary enthusiasm. We can't describe it in any other way. The way young Chinese like everything new, and everything changes ever so endlessly. And so I believe that it was much easier for the Chinese people to get used to this crisis compared to some other countries. And so this country is growing and developing, and the crisis broke out. I'm not going to tell you about the lockdown itself, because you've got your own experience, much lengthier and unfortunately more extensive and recent. I will try and share with you things that were happening past the lockdown, let's say in about 30 or 45 days. Where are we now? We describe it as cautious optimism. The biggest problem that everybody's worried about is unemployment. And that is exactly something that will predefine the way that China will pass through the crisis. It won't pass through it. You see that 6% right now, that is 1 percentage point above than a year ago. That is a lot. But at the same time, small businesses, which people open themselves, as you can see, have tripled in May compared to April. The energy recovers. Consumer confidence is at a very decent level. Yes, exports has gone down because, of course, fewer orders from elsewhere in the world. But while people were staying home, they ordered a lot of air purifications, a lot of washomatics, and the figures that you can see is what we see in the sales statistics. Retail is suffering, particularly the specialty retailers, which lost up to 80% of traffic, and the traffic is not coming back. People are afraid to go shopping into a physical store, and that is not something very much needed because there is an online shopping as well. But sales as such really are doing quite well. And I gave you the example of Adidas, but the same thing happens with many other companies, and particularly the young Chinese shoppers. They call it retention consumption, that you will really be able to compensate for everything while we are staying home. So we're talking about consumption upgrade. There is a very serious inflow taking place into the consumer part of the economy. All of the authorities, the federal, the provincial, the municipal, do hold shopping festival. They are handing out coupons. They're offering subsidies to buy cars and simply allow you to buy a car where the traffic allows for it, and they're really very assisting brands, which is very good for us because they maintain and support the flagship stores. If you open a new one, on the right on the screen you can see these funny pictures. What happened to China? Because there was also a bit of a fight against the street queues, because street must look civilized. Taxes should be paid. 2 weeks ago the government said that everybody can go out and sell things in the street. We will fight the unemployment. You go ahead and open anything you want and sell anything you want, and you see it on the top pictures. At the bottom pictures is what currently is being discussed in all the social media in China. Yes, you see Lamborghinis and Ferraris, and you can see fruit and face masks being sold from them, and we don't know whether this is well-to-do kids do some sort of a photo session for TikTok, or maybe they rented a car in order to sell more, but everybody's selling something and everybody's enjoying it. Now, what of it will remain? What will disappear? And this is what I think, and a few statistics. Extra screen time has gone. All of these multiple stories about how we are staying glued to the smartphones and we will live in them, it's all nonsense, really. The figures that you can see at the top of this slide is about the people who were sitting in their smartphones while they were locked down. But what they wanted to do is to go to the park, according to a polling, and that's exactly what is going on. People are going out, they're spending time outdoors together, and the only type of media which continues to grow is a short video that it used to grow before the COVID, and so the infamous TikTok, it was launched in China 3 years ago. There is no ending to its growth. All of the hypothesizing about anybody not going to travel anywhere, absolute fiction. Yes, while lockdown was there, yes, 70% traveling went down, but it is coming back already. This is still a different kind of travel. People are not able to go abroad. People are flying less. They are driving more, and shorter distances with that. But travel is coming back very actively. Moreover, our millennials cannot wait to see being able to travel to their famous Thailand, France, Italy, and so on and so forth. So what will remain? Maybe in 12 months' time we will think differently, but right now that is what we think. Again, I'm showing the context. Why is it important? Because I believe that certain things will recover in Russia out of this. Something will become different. China was passing through this crisis with a lot of social solidarity, really standing shoulder to shoulder. Our physicians are in the front line, and so solidarity, national solidarity, very, very strong upheaval in the civil solidarity. Very strong topic, family. Complete reconsideration of priorities. So be ready that you will have people coming to you from other cities and, trying to be let go, irrespective of career opportunity, because everybody wants to be close to their families. A female image changes very strongly. This nice-looking doll with a very expensive outfit. As it turned out, she's a nurse. 85% of nurses or medical staff of lower rank are women, and the country noticed it and really appreciated it. Wellness, eco-consciousness, these are the things which are really at the top these days, and it will be interesting to find out how it went in Russia. But the most important thing in our life, food, very significant changes. The generation of Chinese who are 30 and 40, they're not cooking. The simplest and cheapest way is to order food from a restaurant. A little bit more complicated and more expensive thing is to go to a restaurant. The most complicated way to buy food and cook. So nobody does it. And so lockdown is when people started doing it. And like everything that this generation starts doing, go into the social media networks and look for ways to self-fulfill and express themselves. This is very popular these days. On top of it, 8 out of 10 are saying that they're going to eat differently. They're going to change their diet, and most importantly, they started buying food differently. Approximately 30% of the Chinese goods turnover is through the online, 70% physical. For fresh product, that is 3 instead of 13. Now, this year, we believe that it will end up being at 7%. I mean, this volume will double, and you can see that penetration is at about 90 to 70%, even amongst the adult population, senior population, whose habits somehow have considered to be established. 90% of people intends to continue doing it. Why is it possible? Because you've seen the ecosystems, delivery, excellent service. If you read about the hammer stores that Alibaba opened, the biggest problem with these stores is that they deliver to you products at home while you're still at store. You come to the store, that you have chosen what you want, so you initiated your code, you ordered the lobster that was at the very top while it is being cooked. Everything comes to a door. And all of the related sectors, they also feel quite well. Again, you can see the figures in terms of how sales grew of all kinds of accessories for children, lunchboxes 30 times, because people intend to bring food that they cook to their work. Very interesting trend is wellness. China was crazy about luxury items. 40% of the world luxury consumption was in China. Nowadays, China believes that wellness is the new luxury. There's a very long tradition. Chinese medicine, any food in China has always been considered from the point of view of health. But this tradition also now is being added with a totally different attitude. If we were to talk live, I would ask you, do you know what it is? Who are these? And just in case, let me translate. Double income, no kids, Wubito. A young family that spends all money on itself, and there's a beauty snacking. This is not a supplement, this is not snack. This is a connection between supplement and snacking with ingredients, the claims of a professional skincare. This is not any sort of a niche, this is not boutique stores for people who are carried away with healthy dieting. The products you can see at the bottom, number 1 and number 2 in terms of the giants in China. And on the right, this is Coca-Cola. This is the kind of the Coca-Cola that we're used to know. This is a new launch, especially for China. It's called Wake Up Phase. You drink it in the evening, and you wake up in the morning, and you see your skin looking beautiful and brilliant. The third thing, how we consume medicine. How do we go to the doctors? What do we know about our health? The ecosystem for telemedicine was created before the crisis, but the Chinese love to see doctors in person, and preferably to a big hospital, to the most famous doctor, the way we do it in Russia. And we realized that it was a real bottleneck during the crisis. A lot of problems were here. So a big emphasis currently being put upon telemedicine, and that's the way it would all work. Brand building, what kind of consequences we may have for ourselves, for the agencies and for brands. First of all, its spending came down in the first quarter, but it will recover. just 4% of growth per year. Not everybody went down. Traditional search went down, TV went down, anything related to social grew, and most importantly, that live streaming continues to grow at an unprecedented pace. 10 billion is the size of this business, was created not only through the COVID period, that has been the process over the past 3 years, but right now it is astounding. Everybody's live streaming. Any salesperson in a store, any CEO, any company, key opinion leaders, celebrities. Very often we hear that sales from TV existed 50 years ago and it's the same thing. No, it is not the same thing. The same thing is the screen and a person in the screen. The rest is different. Why it is important to us? Because there's a totally different way to produce images, to place content. It is required in a different frequency, in a totally different performance. And I can tell you that when preparing new launches, the product video is something that I don't see. But I spent several hours with our team trying to decide what are we going to live stream, how are we going to live stream it, and get ready for that. I can see that it starts to penetrate the West as well. And it is important to understand that you need this huge ecosystem that should be constructed on the screen. And that is something that most probably you will go for, I think. Changes. Changes are required to be big and massive. The most important thing is not to be afraid. I know that it may sound like a pitching, but indeed, most important thing is not to be afraid, because the fitness centers were closed momentarily and they remain closed. And you can only do fitness classes at home, which really didn't stand in the way for them to triple their profiting. I wrote out what they did. Some things of it is exactly the things that other companies do. Everybody started doing online trainings and streaming. They are the only ones who decided to do it for children that parents were so appreciative of. They are the only ones who decided to include social selling. There's such a Chinese thing that we are creating things and we are selling it through WeChat. They use the Chinese New Year as the anchor event, and this is a very, very popular case in China. You should change fast. Remember, I was telling you about the ads with icons. This is the only company which is #1 in producing delivery trucks in China. Within 2 weeks, they have been able to produce this little truck which can be changed into a food store on wheels. This is an overnight sensation in China. Their stock grew 50% in value and sales continue to grow. This is the example which is very actively being debated in the social networks. There is no single opinion. Some believe that they really did a good thing. They simply forgot to put masks on the 3 of these 4 people. Some believe that this is too much. But this is the way for Pepsi to say thank you to the frontline workers who were able to help China survive through the crisis. And in conclusion, I put together for you my ideas. So the most important thing, change, get changed, change your sales channels. And most probably your business will be able to recover faster than you think, but in a different way from the way you think. Look at the way consumption is altering. Don't be afraid to try something new. And since I started with the Chinese map, I'm going to finish off with that. This is the quotation from the Huawei founder letter to the employees of the company for this Chinese New Year's. Goodbye and all the best.
Incredibly interesting presentation, Elena. Thank you very, very much. Rounding this first section of our conference, it is worthwhile understanding and accepting the fact that crisis, and you can put in here any negative word that may come to your mind, it is also an accelerator for businesses, brands, and ourselves. Crises change businesses. They put them up to a new level, and our task together with you is to learn how to live in a new way or adjust to it. Now, I suggest that we move on. Let us try and understand the formula of the action which will help us to make the knowledge and experience and the steps into a systemic something, turn them into a specific process of achieving effective results for businesses. This is exactly what we will hear about in the second part of the conference. And what a conference without a commercial. Please don't go too far because it will finish quickly. Dear participants,
Download the mobile application of the conference. Inside it, you will be able to communicate with your colleagues, raise questions to the speakers, participate in questions, and watch the transmission. Download the application and put in the NextM event ID. The broadcast would also be available in Adindex network as well as NextM page and Facebook. If you missed one or several presentations at any point in time, you will be able to watch the recording on Adindex.ru website. The conference partners are Cellular Video Commercial GPMT, Rambler Group, EV, RBK, Media Today, Imhor, First School of Digital, Amarena Media Sailing, Mail.ru Group, Go Mobile, Quant, Windstrike Agency, iTarget, Ute Channel, Music TV Channel, Happy Monday at Index. In the second block of the conference, we will look into the 4M approach. The agency representatives will tell us about their products and tools. They will give us cases of the brand experience development and values. Will tell us about the unique solutions in e-commerce and data. Also, we will have the invited speaker, Anastasia Sartan, sharing her experience, who founded a startup in the Silicon Valley.
Поведение потребителя изменилось, и бизнесу придется перестраиваться. Классические старые модели уже не работают. Вокруг нас миллиарды продуктов, поэтому гораздо ценнее стали впечатления, которые бренды дарят потребителям. Прежний подход к каналам продаж тоже устарел. Возможность покупать теперь есть везде – на форумах, в соцсетях и даже в мессенджерах. Теперь потребитель может дать бренду нечто большее, чем просто совершить покупку. И, поделившись чем-то личным, получить от бренда персональное предложение. А главная задача маркетологов – сделать так, чтобы потребители сами продвигали их бренды. Помогите своим потребителям пережить этот шторм вместе. И когда буря закончится, они станут вашими главными союзниками. Сейчас, как никогда, важна смелость и скорость принятия решений о трансформации бизнеса. Старая модель умерла. Да здравствует новая модель!
But it will open with Anastasia Koroleva's presentation, and she will tell us about the way a fundamental approach to marketing communication should change today. Anastasia Koroleva, the head of the Strategic Planning Department in Mediacom, the formula of action from 4P to 4M. Dear colleagues, good afternoon. My name is Anastasia Koroleva. I am the head of the strategy and thought leadership in Mediacom agency. And today we have gathered here at NextM in order to listen to the topic of innovation in the digital world, about certain new tactics of using data to get inspired by the results of successful activations and successful cases of our colleagues. But we began today's conference from the fact that the world is not going to be the same anymore. And in fact, the new methods and opportunities today are so many that if businesses want to go for long-term controllable development, then it is simply necessary to cast a systemic eye upon all of these changes. So today we would like to talk about the way the fundamental approach towards marketing communications should change in order to grow business in the new world. But we will start from the very beginning, as is a habitual thing
In 1960, Jerome McCarthy and Philip Kotler have introduced the whole world to the 4P marketing: product, place, price, and promotion. And I am sure that you are all very familiar with what this whole concept is all about, because effectively it is still being quite successfully taught in educational institutions all over the world, and many brands do build their marketing endeavors upon it. So what is the secret? Why is it so long-living? Simply because throughout all of these 50 years, it has been working. Now let's take a look what the 2000s brought to us. Digitalization. It means that the speed and processes and transactions have multiply grown. The vertical model of relationship turned into the networking one. Innovations and trends do emerge very quickly, but also very quickly die. But certainly marketing concepts are growing like mushrooms after the rain. So even Kotler himself in 2017 produced a new book where he presented the 4C concept. Apparently he himself doesn't want to fall behind the times. We enjoy the 4E concept, which effectively is something that for quite some time ago, back in 2007 and 8, was conceived by David Ogilvy. This concept in its own term has been far ahead of the times. Why? Because it was presented within the context of design and website promotion. And in those days, it was before the mobile communication era, and that was why the concept turned out to be quite a niche one. And because of that, it didn't promote so broadly as the good old 4Ps. But nowadays, when the digital defines the whole of the communication landscape, it becomes quite vital for everyone. What is it about? Essentially, it is about evolution of the approach to promote products in the times of the global information availability. So let's shortly recall what it is. From product, we move over to experience, because currently, in a situation when a product is something that can be easily and quickly copied, we not only are selling the physical shell, we sell custom experience, which in the meantime can be turned into something unique for every consumer. From place, we move towards every place. So the distribution systems are currently completely being modified, and here we are talking not only about e-commerce, but effectively about the overall brand ecosystem, which is supposed to be convenient and seamless in order to provide for a quick conversion. In purchasing from price, we're moving towards exchange, because in the past, the relationship between the producer and consumer were following the product money kind of an equation. Today it is much more complicated, and we can exchange with consumers different non-tangible values. And finally, from promotion, in terms of simply product benefits, we are moving towards evangelism to deliver the message of a position of a brand, because brand must have value, not only a product within itself. And so the formulation of this value is something that helps to create iconic brands, truly ones which will maintain a long-term story and will survive through the kind of turbulent times that we're seeing right now. And this kind of a fabulous concept, like many others, runs the risk of simply remaining a marketing bullshit if it remains just a concept, because the current environment, which is wrought with crisis, when every ruble that we invest into marketing is what we're aware of, forces us to go for the decisions which produce guaranteed outcome. And in order for the new concept to be performing, there has to be a paradigm shift which will be accompanied not only by nice-sounding philosophical kind of words, but we need to change the way we think, what we operate with, and what kind of skills we possess. And these changes must take place not only on the side of the agency, but also on the side of the businesses. Marketeers must be sufficiently daring in their plans in order to have the opportunity to move out of the comfort zone whenever it is necessary for business growth. We ought to have well-proven working tools, and teams must possess respective competence in order to be able to work with good outcomes using these tools. Only then the whole strategic approach will produce the expected result. You know, currently we don't have any intentions to devise a new concept. We would like to demonstrate practical implementation of the 4E approach. What one needs to be done so that out of a nice sounding idea to turn it into the manner and mode of operation for any brand, we need specific decisions and solutions. That is why we are talking about moving over to the 4M of marketing action, the really performing solution, which is based upon the experience, tools, and the expertise. What are these 4Ms? Manage experience, we move to every place, we maintain exchange, we monetize evangelism. And so currently we're going to go over each of these 4Ms, and I will demonstrate to you through different cases what we understand this approach to be and the way it works. Let's begin with manage experience. We are talking about moving from promoting product to promoting experience, a real valuable customer experience, because it is the experience rather than just the physical product becomes right now the point of choice between the brands, and creation of an experience must naturally revolve around a consumer. And the case that we're going to take a look at right now demonstrates this perfectly. Tourism as an industry, travel, in the current difficulties, it is quite hard to imagine the industry which is the worst of, although the brand didn't remain complacent and decided to create a new unique customer experience which helped it to sustain its business.
My name is Guri Højgaard and I'm the director at Visit Faroe Islands. A few weeks ago, we had to ask tourists to not visit our 18 small islands because of the coronavirus. So we thought that we would give those of you who couldn't visit as planned and everyone else a chance to visit the Faroe Islands through us. We will be fitted with a camera and give everyone access to control us using their mobile phone. When you press forward, we move forward. When you press left, we turn left. And when you press jump, well, we jump. You can ride, sail, and even control a helicopter. So you can literally sit at home and control a helicopter in the Faroe Islands. You can take a free virtual trip at visitfaroeislands.com or follow our adventures on Facebook and Instagram Live.
So what kind of learnings we can derive from this case? First of all, think what is the current product experience is about and how these experiences can be demonstrated and exposed within the evolving communication patterns in our target audience. Secondly, possibly there are certain parallel trends for a relevant consumer experience, some of the already existing ones created by consumers, the kind of territories that you can have your brand built into. And thirdly, creating a truly relevant and truly capturing experience for a consumer may require the alteration of a product itself. And this is something that this particular case of the Faroe Islands showed to us. Second M, move to every place. Whenever we talk about every place, we mean to provide the customer with an opportunity to select the brand through the means and place where it is convenient for a consumer. At a certain point in time, it may require transforming one's business model, and that is why we're so much watchful of the direct-to-consumer model, even within the context of the well-established brands. In such categories as FMCG, where choice is so broad, consumers go for what they find cheaper and be the most convenient thing to buy right here and now. The shorter is the journey to a purchase, the better. And every place is about convenience for a user in any place, in any time. And the next case is about
In 2018, Coca-Cola reinvented one of marketing's oldest techniques, using the newest technology, sampling for the voice generation.
Alexa, send me a sample for a Coke.
What sample would you like?
By using voice assistants, Coca-Cola sent 400,000 cans directly to consumers' homes across Britain. So, in 2018, we reinvented sampling completely. Brand new technology meant anyone with Amazon Echo, Google Home, or Google Assistant could order samples straight to their front door, just by asking. Families watching The X Factor or I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here saw our adverts and asked for sample packs through their voice assistant, collapsing the gap between point of inspiration and fulfillment. 1,000 people ask for a sample every minute. 1 in 4 homes with a smart speaker ask for a sample. From now on, No more seeing a refreshing Coca-Cola ad and having to wait for lunchtime tomorrow to order it.
So what does move to every place mean? First of all, multi-channel mindset. Multi-channelism is quite a voguish word these days, but on the other hand, think about it. It's a trigger for category consumption may be effective anywhere, and it is important for us to be as close to this particular moment with the shortest possible journey to a purchase. Secondly, seamlessness. Moving in between the elements of a brand ecosystem should be unnoticeable in the mind of consumers. Otherwise, he would easily move the brand territory and we may lose him or her forever. Thirdly, this kind of an approach does require respective technologies and competencies. It is important for us to ensure that the properly tech step is there, from a confident data infrastructure all the way to the super innovative solutions such as robotized logistics. Let's move over to the third M, maintain exchange. Our relationships with a consumer currently have become a much wider realm than just product, money, product. The consumers provide us with data. Manufacturers, in response, give back the personal promo. Then consumers go back with the likes and stickers and contact and various other non-tangible values. That's the way the exchange is working these days. The counterparties in this exchange also involve other players, and so the stakeholders increase because the casing consumer as well as the producer, but also we have retailers moving forward as well as companies which gather and process data. And in this way, indeed, this kind of dealing and transacting becomes much more complex thing. Our next hero, the entertainment brand hero, where the exchange subject was always emotions, but they moved out of the framework of the habitual rules in their category and have created a campaign where the exchange chain started not from money, not from emotion, but from data, in exchange for which users received real value, and only afterwards a standard transaction for this category did occur. Let's take a look.
Men in Black returned to theaters after a long break with Men in Black International. Nowadays, the most popular thing is big data. And what does that mean for us? Ads that chase you for days, remembering which products you're interested in, and following you wherever you go. Like Sony Pictures, we wanted to give a response to these data chasers. An answer with Men in Black style. When users came across our ads, we asked them if they were tired of banners that did not forget them, and gave them the option to delete ad memories. Ladies and gents, meet the Cookie Neuralizer. We partnered with ad networks and got permission to delete their cookies. Our banners have the option to clear all historical advertiser data, including ours, that followed them constantly. 62,000 times, people erased cookie memories with a conclusion of 2% cookie neuralizing rate. Completion rate of the videos inside our rich media was an astonishing 92.2%.
How one should work in the maintain exchange rationale. Think what you could give to your consumer apart from a product and what you can get back apart from money. Emotions, data, referrals, all of these can work well for business development. Secondly, one should also think about what kind of partnership data may help to develop new exchange chains with the consumer. And secondly, non-tangible values, which could similarly be important as the material ones. And here one should like to recall a recent case of Wildberries company, which during the coronavirus launched the project Job for Everyone.ru, as a result of which more than 15,000 people found new employment, having lost their jobs in this difficult period. So this conversation about non-tangible values pushes us towards the third M, which is monetize evangelism. Evangelism is about the narrative about values, about the big idea messaged out. And here one would like to demonstrate a very surprising case, because my task was not only to choose a nice sounding story about brand development, but about the way one should use proper communication in digital that enable the brand to deliver a very important message for the category. Is going to be from the B2B area, and this is the solution for construction.
Developers build each building piece by piece, part by part, system by system. As a result, developers have become disconnected from the building going up around them. We needed a way for developers to see the whole building and how working with one manufacturer can make it equal more than the sum of its parts. We built something they couldn't miss. We called it the tallest building on the internet. The tallest building on the internet was more than a destination. It swapped steel for pixels and turned data into an experience. And in the process, it reimagined how the benefits of an integrated building keep adding up when one vendor connects and controls multiple key systems inside. Floor by floor, it let developers explore a complete building with integrated Mitsubishi electric systems at work. Story after story stacked up to tell one big story, that when parts work together, everything becomes better. The tallest building on the internet attracted virtual visitors all over the world. Integrated, interconnected, but most importantly, simple. The tallest building on the internet transcended tradition and gave developers a better way to build by showing them how one vendor can turn thousands of parts into a building that really works.
Here, many of you may have a valid question. Why, to demonstrate evangelism as a topic, I chose not some sort of a moving and emotional video clip on a social topic which was awarded gold in Cannes, but some disemotional case. The fact of the matter is that I want to demonstrate not only the way a cool creative approach works for evangelism, but specifically how a digital product, a digital environment makes big idea deliverable very easily. And actually, this case also received a bronze award, so it was not left unnoticed by the industry. Mitsubishi, through its integrated project, which was oriented towards a narrow B2B audience, not only were selling elevators and other components, they demonstrated to the developers quite a conservative audience that when working with simply just one vendor, you can create technology masterpieces. So what does this case teach us? Delivering a value is a long-term story of building relationships with consumers, and respectively, one should plan it by orienting towards a long-term KPI, and the digital solutions here play the most important role. Secondly, it is worthwhile thinking about innovations which we are launching, be it a product or a campaign or a project. All of it eventually should work for a long-term brand immunity rather than just a short-term investment returns. And finally, thirdly, delivering a value requires daring and agility in order to effectively develop brands in any environment, in any uncertainties. Now, for finishing my story about the 4M approach, I would also like to say the following, that whenever we are talking about the digital transformation, a systemic approach is an important component, but no single approach, no matter how nice it looks, cannot exist without practical implementation. Hesse, in his book, The Godspeed Game, said that you should not try and achieve some sort of a learning or a teaching, but to improve your own self. And our 4M approach is about this. This is active approach within which we have all necessary tools, competencies, and most importantly, our vision. And the way we do it in the practical case, further on we will hear from my colleagues. And this is it with me. Thank you very much for your attention. In case you have any questions, please forward them right now to my email or through the NextM application. Good luck. See you. Thanks, Anastasia. The case from Faroe Island definitely can't leave us indifferent, and it makes us think about what else we will have available thanks to technologies, because to fly to the Faroe now takes 3 connections, and while Sasha is trying to understand how convenient it is to get to the Faroe, if we were bloggers, there definitely would be a link to the description and an advertising for the well-known ticket search engine, but we don't have it. We're trying to disclose the main topic of our conference, the kind of framework that Anastasia was referring to, and we're going to gradually speak about it in the course of the whole conference. And we'll begin with the first section, which is Manage Experience. As Nastya put it, the idea behind this concept in moving from promoting product to promoting experience. Product is no longer something unique because it is easy to copy. Even the most innovative solutions can be quickly replicated. So how a brand can find its uniqueness, and it is being helped in it by creating a physical experience, an emotional experience, which is quite often to replicate. And this experience is the guide into the realm of the brand value. And how one can switch from product promotion to experience promotion, we'll hear from our colleagues from Mindshare agency, Wavemaker and Johnson & Johnson.
Alexander Makarovsky, Director for Customer Management in Mindshare, Purina Pet Finder, the way Purina and Yandex help to find and return lost pets. Good afternoon. My name is Alexander Makarovsky. I represent Mindshare Agency, and today I would like to tell you about our customer project Purina, which is a very vivid example of the way from the physical shall a product may expand into customer experience. I'm going to talk about the way the innovative application of media technology enables to bring back the lost pets. Just a few examples, but a bit of a context before I tell you that. Every day, in the streets of the Russian cities, there are more than 1,000 home pets that disappear, and only each 25th of them is found. So Purina company believes that with pets our life is better, and therefore it has taken on itself the responsibility to create innovations in the area of safety and well-being for our pets. And exactly because of that reason, Yandex and us decided to try and help the people who lost their beloved ones. And this is the problem that requires solution, because for the pet owners, for the owners of the lost pets, it's a big stress, it's a big concern. You don't know where to go, who to ask, what to do. There are no ideal kind of organizations who could put out a search, and there is no database available that one can use. So everything that we have grown to use are redundant and not effective methods. Putting up a ad on a pole is doesn't serve the purpose, and in the social networks are not the kind of people looking at it, the ones who could see a lost pet in the street and help find it. In order to change things around, we needed to come up with some sort of a solution. We started looking for a technology which could have enough flexibility and also could do the targeting. This technology was the Yandex advertising network, which we used to launch our pet finder. It works in 3 steps. The owner of a lost pet loads up a picture, puts in a description, and notes on the map where the pet was lost. Immediately after that, Yandex starts showing posters with the pet photo to all who are nearby, and those who see them almost using one click to get connected with the owner and help him to find the pet. Immediately after the launch, a lot of media agencies wrote about it, and Purina brand was able to raise the credibility and trust. But I suggest to say that the biggest result of this product is a project that every 7th lost pet is found, and more than 1,000 of them were brought home to bring joy to their masters. So take care of yourself, take care of your pets, forward your questions in NextM app or send it to our email. Thank you very much. Елизавета Sorokina, Performance Director in Wavemaker, and Mikhail Graf, Digital Manager in Johnson & Johnson Brand Group Vision Care. How to connect the interests of all of the market players, the ecosystem of my EcoView activation experience.
Colleagues, good afternoon. My name is Elizaveta Sorokina. I'm Performance Director in Wavemaker Company, and I'm Michael Graf. I'm the Brand Manager EcoView for Johnson & Johnson. Together, we are in the brand experience section, and digital transformation, I suppose, is the most important topic of today. Let's take a look like the contact lens brand EcoView created a unique mobile app which combined in itself the experience of all of the market players. It is worthwhile noting that Russia was the first market when this particular app was launched, and that is why we really find this case valuable. But overall, the site dysfunction as a topic is very actual, because 2/3 of the Russians have encountered it, but just 6% of them wear contact lenses. Why it happens this way? The fact of the matter is that selecting contact lenses involves a certain experience that consumers may have, and in the course of this experience, in our minds, there are so different myths. We all know that eyes is a very sensitive kind of a topic, and the basic myth in the minds of consumer is fear of putting on and taking off the contact lenses. But at the same time, there are also barriers on the optical side, because the specialists in the optics may find your selection easier and cheaper, and so you will not waste your time. And so AquaView brand decided to take a different look at it through a single platform, taking into account the needs of everyone. For that purpose, we have created a My AquaView ecosystem, which became the assistant for the specialists in the eyesight correction and was capable of turning this category into a very attractive one. My AquaView, in the form of the application and the web platform, went into three categories: consumer, who are required to check their eyesight and properly select the contact lenses, and the source of knowledge about eyesight, the eye specialists, which were able to go through the training and improve their professionalism, and of course the business owners, who are required to increase their customer base and as well as improve the quality of the service they offer. In this way, My AquaView was able to respond to the needs of everybody. Consumers inside the application do have all the necessary information, and they have the possibility to sign up for an eye check to get various scores and loyalty bonuses. The eyesight specialists have the convenience of managing their customer base and receive exclusive service, while the business owners were able to get the necessary business analytics. And in order for the system to develop, it was necessary to bring in the proper audience, which requires the selection of contact lenses. Yes, for that purpose, we have developed a digital precision activation within which we have engaged more than 30 unique segments. It was important for us to tell the story to consumers that they are able to use contact lenses in different situations. For example, when wearing glasses, it is not so convenient to do sports or yoga, or whenever we prepare ourselves for an important event in our life. Some have the need to change their appearance, or seasonal changes. For example, the problem of perspiration on the glasses during winter, or right now in pandemic when we all have to wear masks and the glasses may perspirate, and these kind of triggers were also activated in this campaign. However, in the course of the campaign, we've encountered certain difficulties, because those who are wearing glasses from the point of view of digital consumption are not different from the usual users. And to find such an audience in sort of a targeting approach is quite difficult. And so it was important for us to maintain digital transformation and to just tell to those who are wearing glasses there are different situations in life where they can use our application and do something that will help them select proper contact lenses. For that purpose, the Wavemaker company developed the social cam technology, which is based upon the computer imaging and sight. This technology really enables one to really help the social media network users. We may find the glass of those who are wearing glasses, but at the same time it is possible to identify where it is specifically the location for the protective glasses, and this way we're able to combine this specific targeting in a very good way. We're able to identify local audience and tell them about the kind of situations that they may resort to our application. This kind of an approach to creating an ecosystem and to promotion helped us to really come up with a good outcome from the point of view of the indication. The number of the illustrations in My AquaView grew up by 51% registrations, because we're able to introduce proper audience into the app. The number of those who, after the registration, directly was trying to use it to select new optical solutions for themselves grew by 11%. But at the same time, one should know, despite the fact that the AquaView is a leader in its category, the sales also grew in favor of the digital transformation. Dear colleagues, thank you very much. In case you may have any questions left, please forward them through the mobile app NextM, and we will be happy to respond.
Sasha, let me remind us what we're talking about. We're moving towards the element of move to every place. The concept of this part of an approach is creating a seamless experience for consumers. Consumers will always be looking for ways which will deter him the least. A consumer would like to reach out with a hand and get what he wants right here and now. Well, our task is to be right next to that hand and to put into it the product.
To put it simply, that's the essential thing in multi-channel approach. Yes, definitely you should wait for the presentation by Anastasia Sartan. I've already mentioned her. Anastasia, the founder of a startup in Silicon Valley, Start Hacks, and it will be in the end of the section. And Anastasia will tell us about how one can be successful in e-commerce, what are the tricks, what works and what doesn't. Elena Fomina, Strategic Director, Content Plus Mindshare, Super Social, everything brand needs inside one ecosystem. Good afternoon, my name is Elena Fomina. I'm the Strategist Director for Mindshare Content Plus company, and within this particular session I would like to talk about the super kind of a power that social networks have now. During the pandemic self-isolation, millions of users over the world were looking, apart from Zoom, really turning it into the mirror and almost the only source of normal social life. And so the important issue is how brands can build themselves into this environment so as that in the maximum efficient way to use this superpower. Over the past several months and even through a greater period of time, we have been watching the kind of changes which turn social networks into super social. This is the scale and the full symmetry of the interests and the behavior of the users and their way of life inside social networks, and of course the integrity of the social system itself, which responds to every need of a user just through one click. And in the first place, of course, during the quarantine, the activity of the social network users grew immensely. We were posting our pictures of the way we were training and participating in different challenges, and that for brands meant million times more opportunities in order to catch the attention of a user and create a contact. But Super Social not only impresses with the scale, but it really hits the bullseye, because the touch points of this ecosystem really opening endless taxonomy and the possibility to create segments on the basis of this data. Particularly valuable becomes the super ability to work with this data, and the own Mindshare product, which is Social ID name, aggregates the customer signals and the triggers from the audience into an endless amount of segments which could be used in real campaigns. And this hyper-targeting immensely improves effectiveness, both in terms of being able to hit the target audience as well as in terms of the targeted activity. But what makes our superhero a truly extraordinary one is his ability to integrate, whereas in the past social network used to be just the channels to pass the contents and maintain media campaigns. This is an ecosystem right now which makes it possible to build an end-to-end communication with consumers and to solve all of the brand tasks at every phase. These mechanics, which really demonstrate a seamless collaboration between the user and brands through the instruments which make offline into online. This is the mechanics for deep integration of the audience, the chat bots, applications, interactive mechanisms, stickers, and many other things. That also the possibility for the brands to create useful services and solutions which specifically within the social networks can developing into the everyday routine of the users, and the mechanics which incentivize and which do push the sales inside the social networks. And specifically the agency contains the expertise and the skills in order to unite very often fragmented efforts of the brands in different channels into a single brand ecosystem inside a social network, in this way to create a seamless user experience. Within a proper design of such an experience enables one to improve the efficiency of communications multiple times. This is exactly what we saw through the example of the Adindex brand. Through the past several years, we have developed a multifunctional ecosystem for this brand within the perimeter of the campaign. Stickers and personalized communications and content from the brand chat bots, useful services inside this mini app really build a long-term and in-depth integration of our target audience, where the coupons and cashback incentivize them to purchase. All of this put together created impressive result in terms of the scale. Millions of downloads of the applications, millions of coupons given as a gift to the girls, and hundreds and thousands of the register check inside the chat box and contact. And that also had an effect upon the health of the brain indicators amongst the young audience. In this way, the super social really requires the superhero skills on the part of an agency. We and the Mindshare do possess a very broad expertise and a full set of skills in order to develop this kind of complex ecosystems, and bringing consumers inside. That is developing the assets for these ecosystems, proper fine-tuning of the seamless connection within them, developing the content, gathering and working with the data, the commerce inside the social network, and of course amplification from the point of view of media within these channels. And so super social turns us into real superheroes and creates the opportunity for the brands to become super brands. Therefore, let's become heroes together. Send in your questions to my email address or through the NextM application. Thank you very much and have a good day. Denis Sholokhov, account director in Wavemaker. Live shopping is the new telemarketing case study. How to create new sales channel for 2 weeks. Good afternoon. Today I would like to tell you about how one can, in a very short period of time, using innovative solutions in live shopping area, one can launch an absolutely new sales channel and not lose the agitated demand during the COVID-19 pandemic. It is true that over the past few months we've watched an explosive growth in e-commerce, and that absolutely applies to all categories, but particularly notable it was in home appliances. And it is true that COVID-19 affected the way we make our decisions to buy. First of all, e-commerce is no longer an option or a prerogative for some social caste. Irrespective of what gender you have or how much money you earn, if you are not able to buy a product offline, you go online. And at the same time, we are aware that in some categories, the experience of tactile interaction with the product is extremely important before one buys it. Particularly that applies to an appliance, which really involves sometimes huge investments. And we know that inside an economic crisis, the price sensitivity amongst users is becoming stronger, and the ability to visually demonstrate the quality and price becomes ever more important. Our customer Katja really was able to feel this explosive e-commerce growth, having noted 100% growth of traffic through its online store. Katja was aware that in order to process this particular demand effectively, you need to create a new channel of interacting with customers online. First of all, because there is a category of consumers who are not ready to buy without getting consultations from a live salesperson. Particularly that applies to tech products, where it is very important to be able to demonstrate competitive advantages. At the same time, Katja is existing in the market where one notes a higher level of activity on this side of inexpensive Chinese brands. And so it is very important to be able to demonstrate one's own technical advantages. In order to respond to these challenges, we have developed an innovative solutions together with the technological Eyes-on startup, which enabled us to transform a classic e-commerce card of a customer into a full-bodied online shopping window, for which purpose you need to only go into the online in Kercher, select the product you want, and click the button to watch live. Sometime a stream will come alive and a sales consultant will connect to you from Kercher's sales center so as to allow you to ask questions. Here you can see how simple, how native this technology is integrated into the customer website. You simply launch the stream. Sometime later, the broadcast is launched. A salesperson connects to you, and you can talk to him through a microphone or simply just chat with him if you don't have the possibility to speak in your voice. And the person will show you the product that you're interested in before you make your final decision. Quite obviously, Ozone is aimed at improving the customer engagement at the very final stage of the customer journey. And this is one of the first projects, actually, which we have done together with this tech startup, and we wanted to share some of the learnings which we achieved in the process of its implementation. First of all, one shouldn't wait that your sales consultant would immediately turn into the cool streamers. For them, it is also a new way of dealing with customers, and the motivation system would enable you to additionally incentivize them to use this particular sales channel. Secondly, you won't be able to avoid technical technical glitches, and therefore to test the quality of communication in every single point of sale is your key to success. Because if you are not able to provide for a seamless communication between the salesperson and the customer, you won't be able to sell anything. At this point in time, we achieve the following impressive results. First of all, conversion out of those who ordered the stream purchase is 4%, which is 2.5% times more than the average in Kercher stores. Secondly, time spent in the website grew up to 20 minutes in average, which is larger than the average site indication, which is 7.5 minutes. We have integrated this particular solution in the course of 2 weeks, and currently on a continuous basis we're monitoring the way it performs. But already now is quite obvious this is one of the most important innovative projects which the maker was able to do in 2020. If you have any questions and you would like to seek an advice, you can raise them in the NextM chat or send directly through to my email. Thank you very much. Andrei Turchin, Precision Director, Webmaker. Sales growth recipe, product ad plus secret sauce. Good afternoon, my name is Andrei Turchin. I'm Precision Director of Wave Media. In 2020, FMCG brands as never before need to understand the efficiency of investments into media. And then today I would like to tell you about our case which we put together for an FMCG brand, which enabled it, through a new approach to online video, to increase its sales both online and offline. What did it all start out with? We identified 3 areas where online video could work more effectively for the FMCG industry. First, online video should work to incentivize conversion, not only to offer knowledge but also become a brand performance. The second, the online video campaign should happen at the point in time when consumers are most susceptible to receive information from a brand. A transformation from the placement model to the kind of a model of placement which is synchronized with the cycle of purchasing. And thirdly, we need to make sure that our online video campaign did produce efficiency not only in terms of media matrices but also in terms of business impact. So we need to have an effective measurement at all levels. And of course, in order in each specific case for us to develop an effective campaign, we need to understand well customers and their journey to purchase. So we always use our study which enables one to understand per every cycle of journey barriers and drivers which are typical for consumers, what kind of media channels are most effectively impact customer behavior, as well as to better understand the way the purchasing cycle is organized, its longevity, its duration, and its structure. And I would like to tell you about the case which we did for one of our customers, producer for the mouthwash, which was organized and based upon the following hypothesis. Online video campaign, even the one that uses the product video clip and targeted through the customer cycle in a journey, allows to directly impact the sales of a brand. The way we built this campaign and measured its effectiveness with the help of our partner X5 Retail Group, we identified 2 groups for targeting. The first group were the consumers with a high probability repurchased the mouthwash within the next 7 days. In order to identify such consumers, we put together a model which analyzed the purchasing history of a consumer and with the help of an algorithm would identify those who within the next few weeks will come close to purchasing, because our campaign ran for several weeks. That was a dynamic segment and updated per every week. By way of a control group, we also identified another valuable audience, which is specific buyers for the mouthwash category. In order to understand the way communication affected sales, we ran a survey which enabled us to measure both groups in terms of the key business matrices. The results of this campaign confirmed our hypothesis, and so we were happy to see growth on all of the key business matrices in the test group, as opposed to controlled by more than 5%, 6 percentage points. Sales grew by more than 7 percentage points, grew the number of customers, and the penetration grew by more than 12 percentage points. And in conclusion, I would like to share with you our experience of the way you could also develop much more effective video campaign. First of all, you need to understand very well who are your consumers and to analyze the way they follow their journey. Secondly, you need to be the authors of hypotheses which you need to verify, and when you have hypotheses in your hands, you can already identify an optimal partner for your optimum advertising campaign and the effective measurement of the placement. And thirdly, against a big amount of data that any brand possesses and the agency right now, the key stage that would enable one to achieve the outcome from this data will be the data science. I mean, using certain algorithms which would enable one to come up with a good quality step forward so as to materialize the kind of hypothesis you want to test. Thank you very much for your attention. Please forward your questions to my presentation through our NextM application right now, or send me an email and I will be happy to respond. Have a good day. Continuing move to every place topic, I would like to invite to the stage Anastasia Sartan, who's the founder of the Silicon Valley startup Style Hacks. Anastasia decided to go to Silicon Valley and to launch her startup, which Google and Founders Fund have invested into. Anastasia speaks at such annual conferences as Facebook Vanity Fair Founders, and that really sounds incredibly cool. How many obstacles there have been on this journey. One can only imagine the knowledge and the experience that she acquired in Silicon Valley and many other things. Let's listen to it right now. Questions to Anastasia can be forwarded through the application. Just bear in mind that because of the difference in time, the answers we will receive a little bit later. Anastasia Sartan, the founder of the Silicon Valley startup Style Hacks. How and why do I talk to each of my millions of users in person? Everybody, hello. My name is Anastasia Sartan. I am founded in the Silicon Valley, the Style Hacks startup, which Founders Fund and Google have invested into. This is the online stylist which talks to you by voice, and so I'm talking about the AI applications in retail, including at the annual Facebook conference at the Google Startup Round. I opened the AI conference for retail and also spoke at the Vanity Fair conference. And so I wanted to also talk to you about this topic, why it is important and how that may increase your sales when you've got the opportunity to talk to each user, even if there's a million of them. So what is it that we usually see when we want to buy jeans? When a software developer, a guy, creates create an interface for his shopping, he expects there to be some sort of a type of a rational customer behavior. A customer who is capable of analyzing his or her own needs in several filters on the website. For example, if I want to go shopping, I need to think within a certain specific code. I want jeans, dark blue color, boot cut, design in the range from $120 to $150 of these 5 brands. And on my professional journey, I worked as a stylist, as a salesperson, as a product manager, as a data scientist, and I founded an internet retail company. And I myself had to talk to dozens of thousands of people, and I definitely know that is not the way they think. Recently, I saw a quote from one known investor that today you can buy like you live in New York from anywhere in the world. That is, that you've got the same choice, but at the same time you won't have the kind of a purchasing experience like if you were to go to this little store around the corner on Manhattan. This very provocative quote has a lot of things that you can dig into, and I would like to draw your attention to what is it that happens in the real physical store that the internet industry couldn't repeat, copy, or improve. There are multiple types of customers. If you generalize it simply, then we will see somebody who simply comes in to take a look, then we will see a customer who has come to find specific things, and a salesperson will take him to the shelf in the store where these things can be found. And there are also customers who have something going on in their lives, and so they have the specific needs. For example, they want to make their skin look better, or they want to go on a traveling, or their friends are getting married. So then they come and speak to a salesperson asking for advice. And that is a super thing for the sales, because apart from selling something, can also raise the level of loyalty and increase customers' check, because such customers are open to your advice at that point in time. Now let's take a look. What happens in the internet stores amongst the same kind of customers? simply have come to take a look. Very simple. So there's a description of products, their ratings, their photos and videos, certain tactile feelings are being lost, but this is a good experience. Let's not be too critical about the online fitting rooms, because it's a totally different topic. Another situation, I want to find a certain specific thing, and I know how to look at it within the set code, because where there is filters, we find the size of the couch, the color, and edit another points in filters, and that's it. And what about thousands of my customers who, like robots, are not able to analyze their needs through these filter codes? So they have several popular solutions that the internet stores are offering right now. The first one is to go through a survey and get a personal result. This is better than nothing, but users most often don't understand why this algorithm demonstrates this particular choice for them and why they should trust it. Another option, an interesting one, is to talk to the support service person through chat, sometimes through email or by phone. What's interesting is that these people are most often trained to help people solve the problems after the purchase is done. I mean, solving the problems related to the recalls or returns, or finding your product after you paid for it. That's to mention a real store. There is a salesperson who's supposed to meet the sales plan, so he welcomes customers, helps them at a less inconspicuous place somewhere in the warehouse. There's another person who is filling out the return forms, and these are different people, and the employers hire them differently. The third option, which is not yet strongly popular, and I believe because of the technical difficulties, is to build in an automatic dialogue, a kind of a conversation where the user may ask what will be fitting him or her and receive individual answer. Let's look at this option and discuss it in detail. Google recently noticed the trend that people started looking for things in a personalized way. In between 2016 and 2018, the company highlighted a 120% rise in searches for shoes for something. For example, comfortable shoes for traveling instead of simply shoes. Lisa Gilbeck, who is the global vice president in marketing for Google, was saying that people very often include in their search such a specification as for me and I. The mobile classification searches grew by more than 60% in frequency. For example, consumers no longer simply are searching for a better auto insurance. They're looking for a better auto insurance for me, or what kind of a dog should be my pet. Google also noticed that the best answer to a question like that is a dialogue. Otherwise, how can you choose the better dog for you if you don't know what you are? And the most native conversation is through voice. And so Google, like Amazon, Mail.ru, Yandex, and many other companies, is actively developing their personal assistant. But can such a conversation through a voice assistant can help us to achieve the same kind of an online conversion like offline, and solve the problem of these very customers that we were speaking about, who came to seek some sort of an advice or looking for help? In the United States, the self-conversion online in the stores exceeds online ones 7 times. Can the voice assistant help us? Actually, not everything is so trivial and straightforward. Here, for example, on this chart, we can see the way it can happen in an ideal world. Users, they talk to their devices, they ask them raise certain questions about this or that product. This device automatically responds and gives some sort of a narrative, and then the customer pays with his credit card, and bingo, everything happens. But not everything is so simple. The basic difficulties is the necessary technological maturity and the relevant user case. Let's first sort things out with the technology difficulties, and then through the stale hats, which is the case of my company, I would tell you the story about how we were looking for relevant news. Customers are different. They will present different demands and expecting that they will be well understood and will be given a relevant answer. For that purpose, not only need to understand the voice, but also establish a link between the search request, the products, and the personal user data. So the first thing that you need to really think about is to have our product catalog containing within the kind of information that is necessary for this particular linkage. For that purpose, we need to understand more about our products than in a straightforward catalog. So you need to add a structured data to the description of a product. And actually, if this is jeans, then we should not only know their brand, style, design, color, the price, which is something that we usually know from our product catalogs, but also how to put it on, where to wear them, what kind of body shape they would fit best. So in catalogs with thousands of products which continues to alter, only well-trained artificial intelligence can be taught how to do that, or some other automation approach. Another task is to tell the story about the product in the very same conversational language, like what a customer users asking about it, because the users talk to the virtual assistant in a conversation mode and expect the same feedback. For that purpose, you need to understand what kind of information customers need, what kind of tone of voice we should use. The descriptions should be very short and specific and be compliant with the brand feeling. And again, the question, we've got thousands of products and catalogs which change every so often, so how can you write such excellent conversational descriptions? And here again, the question is about technology maturity. This can only be done by creating automated systems. And thirdly, something that we need to really understand what our customer wants. Because people speak 3 times faster than they type, the voice requests not only limit themselves to the keywords in them, because usually the comparison on the basis of the keywords ignores such key phrases with, without, or negations like no, not. If you user looks for a blue shirt with sleeveless, in a classic kind of approach, he will get the description of all kinds of issues, including the one with the sleeves. In this way, processing natural language, the so-called NLP, is a very important methodology. NLP methods interpret the real meanings of every request, understanding its semantics, its context, and on that basis, do identify the link between the product and the customer's intent to buy. And so, starting this whole theory in the Silicon Valley, where I live right now, during lectures in Stanford, and communicating with excellent mentors who develop the artificial intelligence for Google, and having the experience of creating the internet store from scratch, we decided to create a voice assistant that, like in the case with a living salesperson, you can tell anything you want, and he will come back with an option, and you will, in response, will say what you like, what you dislike, and the voice assistant will offer you a next option. For that, 18 months down the road, we had 10 people in the team, data scientists. We were able to come up with this particular chart. And here on the left, in the top left corner, NLU, Natural Language Understanding. This is the module which we're using to understand what user have said and to transform it into certain structured requests. Next module is the expert system module, the rules which transform unclear requests into structured filters. For example, jeans for work means that jeans must be dark color without holes in them, and so on and so forth. The next module is navigation inventory that we covered a little bit previously. This component uses the AI system in order to learn more about your product on the basis of its description and the picture through semantic search. I mean to say that our system analyzes the description of a product, its image, and on that basis identifies a greater number of the keywords which describe it. Through the semantic search, through the text and images of the product in a multidimensional vector space. And so what, as a result, we come to?
Hey Google, ask StyleHacks to get me a new pair of jeans.
I'd love to help you find a perfect pair of jeans. Let's start with a few questions to refine the suggestions. Where would you wear these jeans?
I'll wear them to work and to go out with friends.
All right. Are there any lower body areas you'd like to conceal?
Well, I think my hips are too large.
We can do that. And what would you like to flaunt?
I'm tall. I love to show off my long legs.
Your legs, got it. What type of jeans would you never wear? I will avoid them in my search.
I never wear torn or super faded jeans. Since I work in the office, I have to look nice.
All right, just 2 more questions until I show you the jeans I found for you. What is your jean size?
The jeans I wear right now are size 30.
And what brand is that in? Just so I know the fit.
J.Crew.
Alright, I think you're gonna like this pair. The dark solid color will slim up your curves. The flared hem will play up your height. Do you like these?
Yeah, I actually just bought a pair of flared jeans. Do you have something more skinny?
Alright, how about these?
Love the color and the shape. I just like them to be a bit less tight and a bit more professional.
Maybe this is closer to what you are looking for? These are straight with the trouser style belt.
Oh wow, these are cool. That's exactly what I need.
Happy to hear it. The link to shop these is in your email. Would you like to shop some more or see new outfits now?
Thank you. Talk to you later.
Stay chic.
Looks seemingly cool, but in fact not really, because as it turned out, users are not able to tell what exactly they liked or disliked in the proposed choice, and so they go sometimes for the first or for the second result and then just leave without buying. So this kind of conversation about a product is something that irritated them rather than something that they really enjoyed. So having spoken to thousands of users, again, we realized that the popular ways of using dialogue in the net do produce a certain spontaneous value in very quick interactions. So if you take a look at the most popular user cases, this is to answer a question, listen to music, to check the weather, to set an alarm clock, and then we have transformed our user case accordingly, and we started recommending not what to buy, but what to put on today. And only after that, based on the data that we would receive back, we would offer what the user should buy from what he or she could have liked. And then we created an online stylist who selects the images according to the weather, so that would be conforming to the taste of a user. And it turned out that apart from the personal taste, users also want to see certain suggestions that do conform to a great number of requirements. They must be within the current trends and fashion, and they must be able to see the people who look like them, who wear things which look like things in their wardrobes. Their image should conform to the local trends. I mean, the users from Moscow and Los Angeles do put on totally different clothes. And on the basis of all these insights that we're able to drive through fits and starts, through the mistakes and successes over the several years, we were able to develop the following system. That to start with, we got the consent from an influencer that we can use his pictures and demonstrate them to the users. Through multiple tests, we came up. We build a system which receives consent from the influencer with 20% conversion, following which all of the images with influencers, when they have a certain look on them and then they demonstrate a certain image wearing this clothes, is being tagged because we add a certain context, because we understand what kind of weather is on that photo, what kind of color of skin on that influencer, what kind of design of this or that piece of clothes is. We do that through the computer vision, which is an automatic system, and sometimes we also push it through the people who verified by the automatic system in terms of how accurate it is. Through that, we were able to get 500,000 images in our data set, and we worked for about 12 months on this particular assignment. And then we created a system of the automatic text generation, which describes the way one should put on the things that the image demonstrates, so that you would get having the same kind of an image as with the influencer. And the result, we got from 5 to 20,000 new suggestions a month, which are being updated daily. And in this way, we were able to solve the problem of these suggestions, which we are showing do conform to the freshest fashion trends. Next, we get the weather forecast from the place where users are, and information about the users, and our communication system produces the kind of a suggestion that most probably will be liked by users. The result that we produce, 88% of the suggestions that we demonstrate to the users do get positive feedback. So the next task that we had to resolve was when we're demonstrating an influencer photo, it has to look like you, otherwise it would be very difficult to identify yourselves with it in terms of the way you look and the way the things that you want to buy look on the influencer. For that purpose, we maintained always
certain balance in our data sets in between what kind of different colors of skin, the age, and so on and so forth. Here, for example, I'm demonstrating the person who participate in our program amongst the influencers and the extent to which they have appearance different.
Okay, Google, ask Style Hacks what to wear today.
Hi there. Happy to recommend some styles for you. First, would you like to see outfits for men, women, or everyone?
Women, please.
Women's outfits. Got it. Next, let's check the weather for you. Where are you right now?
San Francisco.
San Francisco. Okay. I have a couple ideas already, if you'd like to see them now. Or, tell me how you describe your personal style.
I describe my style as casual and minimalist.
Casual and minimalist. Great. Just 2 more questions to help me choose what will look best on you. How would you describe your body type?
Normal.
Normal. Awesome. And finally, so I can pick the most flattering palette, what color is your hair?
I'm blonde.
Blonde. Perfect. It will be on the warm side today in San Francisco, with a high of 71. Jeans with a tank top, cardigan, and heeled sandals will look great on you. Would you wear this outfit?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, let me show you something else. Just so you know, you can also ask for outfits that incorporate a specific piece, like a red top, for example. Which piece would you like me to style?
Floral dress.
Check out this one. You can wear your floral dress with a belt and pumps. Do you want to try this today?
Yes, I like it, thank you.
Great. Every time we chat, I'll learn from you and make more personalized recommendations. Do you want to see another outfit option?
No, I'm good.
Okay, glad I could help. Talk to you later.
As a result, we tested the recommendations of what should be put on together with a recommendation about a specific purchase, what should be bought from the recommended things, together with the affiliate ACES partnership, and we ended up the conversion in our sales 1.5 times above the average on that website. Also achieved a very high engagement and the retention, which was much higher than what on average they are able to do get from other traffic sourced out. Then Google Founders Fund supported us with funding. We also entered into a partnership with Nordstrom, Samsung, Google. We're also very happy that we're being supported not only by the tech world. For example, we were demonstrated also through the Facebook conferences, but also the fashion world paid attention to us. I mean, the Vanity Fair company. And here I would like to summarize our conversation here in terms of the title of my session. Should one talk to every user and what we can achieve through that? So, should we or should we not? And so the conclusions that I'm coming to on the basis of my experience and the statistics and the market data, that through a dialogue, one definitely can improve conversion, sometimes achieve practically the same kind of that you do in offline, and that is something that we have confirmed through our partnership with ACES. But for that, you need to find a way to utilize a dialogue which produces spontaneous value in frequent, short interactions, and that was why from a long conversation about what kind of jeans you need, we went towards an instant value in the recommendation of what should be put on, which is achieved by quick and frequent interactions that you may want to have every day. And now, a few things about the bad things that would always mean a very complex technical solution that will require a lot of time and funding. Thank you. And basically, I often talk about various working topics about conversational design in my Instagram. So join me, and I hope that I will be able to talk to you through there as well. Everybody, bye. Thank you, Anastasia. That was really cool. In fact, I really would have liked to have such an assistant when I was choosing the color for my smock to speak at the conference. But right now we're moving over to the next element in the maintain exchange approach. What is it about? It is about our relationship with the consumer. We have become much broader than just product, money, product. We will hear about one should approach directly to this exchange from my colleagues from Mindshare, Mediacom and Korkunov Mars. Sergey Zakharov, Data Director, Mindshare. Everything is changed with single ID. Good afternoon, my name is Sergey Zakharov. I'm data leader in Mindshare. Everything that we want to know about our customers, they can tell us ourselves in exchange for a discount, an offer or a service. All this knowledge is kept in single ID. So the way that this knowledge in single ID can give a real benefit to the business is what we want to tell you in our presentation titled Single ID Changes Everything. To begin with, what is single ID? Effectively, this is a customer profile in our database which we can fill. For example, personal data in order to communicate on behalf of a brand, various interests in internet, data about the visiting physical locations, and even the history of purchasing to fill it in order to offer to a customer a new product in the right time, in the right place. Having gathered all of this data, comes up the question, what do we do with it? DP, CDPs, DRM, DSPs? There is a multiple number of solutions which enable one to activate, work with single ID, but just a few of them do generate real benefit to the businesses, meaning allow it to make money. Hopefully, you have already made this easy choice and we can share with you our thoughts about how one can make money. So we would all like for working with single ID to be recouped. Won't we? Indeed, ROI of this event may be more than 100%. We have accumulated all of the solutions working with single ID, splitting them into 3 areas. In trade, users leave data in exchange for coupon and then goes to buy our brand. Here, we not only have paid for recruiting of a customer, some of these people are going to come back to us with a purchase with real money into our business. We also track the traffic in the e-commerce with our pass from our own website and mailing, and specifically in trade, the payback is bigger. In media, we create the coverage based on super precise data from single ID that enables one to save on the media budget. We can also resell this data to brands and partners. Our own buyers do write the feedback and they can invite their friends, and that grows our payback when working in single ID. It is all possible through the exchange, direct exchanges between the brand and buyers. And as far as the identified solutions, we're not able to forecast our ROI, but it doesn't mean that it is not there, but we will focus upon it later. And so we do not know ROI for the cashback mechanics when working in single ID, but let's take a look at an already implemented Mindshare project. These are the buyers who do have a check which is above by 25%. They are buying more often by 50% frequency, and their quantity is sufficient. So the question is how one can monetize this, meaning to say how one can not only attract the website visit, but real buyers and sell to those who are not yet active. Speaking about a subscription for a product, we understand that unequivocally this is a trend. A year ago, Ozone introduced a paid subscription for delivery, and so right now, almost 20% of customers do use this subscription. Having assessed the success, Ozone have announced subscription also for products. How one can monetize it? We understand that not all of the customers require discounts or gifts or gamification, but all it will take care of our customers and will free them from choosing a brand and comparing prices. And every month, we will send them feed for their pets, having freed our customers from routine procedures. That is the source of the further business development. In as far as the analytics are concerned for our customers, we can underscore the significant business insights from single ID. Sending a check as part of the cashback mechanics, a customer shares with us all of the accompanying products in this check. So we anticipate that customers of a premium chocolate are supposed to buy chocolate bars and marmalades and candy. It seems obvious, although the leader is not them. In 10% of the checks we will encounter dried fruit. It means that we're changing targeting and maybe the product where you find more of raisins and nuts. We do the bundling. The single ID data we can enrich on the third side by getting the profile of a customer of an expensive household household care. And the nucleus of this particular audience is males with iPhones who are very active in Facebook, and this is kind of an insight, have contrasts against the general impression of who are the household people, the females in between 20 to 40. So, in order to make money, we suggest that we should start from 3 simple steps to invest into media based upon the real and potential brand buyers, to come out with a personalized cashback offer, as well as measure the impact of all of these efforts upon sales. Dear colleagues, thank you very much for your attention. Forward your questions to my email on this slide or right now through the NextM app.
Lyubov Gubina, Senior Manager, Content Solution Department in Mediacom, and Yevgenia Novitskaya, Brand Manager for Korkunov Mars, Customization as a way to build flexible win-win solutions.
We are very happy to welcome everybody. My name is Yevgenia Novitskaya. I am the Activation Brand Manager for Korkunov. Everybody, hello. Zhenya, hello. I am Lyubov Gubina. I'm in charge of the content projects in Mediacom agency. And today we're going to tell you how within this new reality that we found ourselves in, wherein there is a totally different exchange taking place, we are building very flexible, effective solutions on the basis of customizations. As you may have understood from the introductory part to our section, we are calling upon you not to use promo in its classic notion, when, for their purchase, the brand gives you a tangible prize, be it a car or a new gadget. What we're saying is that in this new reality, we need to support exchange. And so this status of things is what our consumers are asking from us, who give their love, their preference to the brands, which in exchange may offer something unique, be it a unique experience or an emotion. So brands in the environment of limited marketing investments do demonstrate a trend towards maximizing the return from the efforts invested in media. Not only want to get the advertisers funding in exchange for advertising, they want to create really flashing quality content in collaboration. And here we see a new hero, a very important one, in the person of a retailer who wants to attract as much traffic as possible, as many people as possible, through all kinds of means. And within ecosystem of relationship is what you need to maintain exchange. Brand takes up a very special place here because it is a guide for all of these exchange flows and streams, and a very brilliant illustration of an effective utilization of exchange flows is our New Year's story for Korkunov brand. And so now let me pass the floor over to Yevgenia, who will plunge you into the task that the team faced. Oh yes, colleagues, the Korkunov brand is one of the leaders in the category of chocolate candy, in the boxed one. And so what is so special, because we do give gifts of chocolate boxed on holidays, and so all of the media activity amongst the players is focused within several seasons, and the hottest in terms of the competition and the one which defines everything is the New Year's. So the New Year is the most loaded season in terms of the media support, and it will be remembered by our consumers, and to stand out against other players is the fundamental task. In order to pass through this season in the winning way, we have to create a synergy between being relevant to our consumers and the task that the brand is facing. And so the communication task that we set ourselves sounded in the following way. That was to make Korkunov a candy as part of the Russian New Year's tradition. The Russian New Year's tradition, what is it? Everybody gets together at a New Year's table. Everybody is drinking champagne and listen to President speaking. And we wanted to become an inextricable part of such a New Year's dinner, so that the Korkunov chocolate candy could become a new attribute of the New Year's dinner, so that in the minds and the hearts of our consumers, there would be this new connection established. New Year? Korkunov candy. And in order to build such a strong emotional link with the consumer, we couldn't limit ourselves to standard solutions in promo and simply just to offer a discount. So what did we do? In the first place, we have decided on what our approach should be. We have identified 3 areas for ourselves. The first of which, it was important to maintain a well-concerted effort and links between all of the communication channels. The next thing that we were thinking about is exactly was a proper management of exchange flows. So what kind of question each side may have and what kind of a vital response we may offer. And so the next ingredient of our success was customization. Customization in all directions, for retail, for media, for consumers. And specifically with the customized option per one specific retail as an activation, our New Year's story started. Buying products from Korkunov brands, consumers opened and invented a unique opportunity, a unique experience, personal congratulations from Sergei Svetlakov, our celebrity, who became the face of our New Year's promo. And then this personal congratulation is something that we decided to scale out, and we proposed to every person to create a unique, personalized, customized kind of a congratulation to who they like using chatbot. So they congratulated their family members through social networks, not only getting good feelings from the warm feedback, but also distributed our content. In the finale, we decided to offer to the users being filmed at the federal channel, because those who participated were given an opportunity to congratulate their family from the TV screen on December 31st through the federal channel. So 4 lucky ones with the most moving congratulations ended up being in the CTC New Year's program. The winners received great emotions, while the channel great content. Let's take a look at how it was.
СТС. Зимуй с нами.
I would like to congratulate on the New Year's my wife, Polichka. You're my happiness. I would like to remember every moment of my life next to you. I would like to wish you success, lucky, harmony, and to remain as excellent as you are. And we will make all of our dreams come true together. Yes, and of course, such a proper approach definitely made everybody win, because the users received an unforgettable experience, brilliant emotions which transformed into personal congratulations to their family, as well as participation in the TV programs. So retail attracted traffic through a very big campaign covering consumers using celebrities, while media enriched themselves with the relevant content, creating this festive mood in their channels, while the brand enjoyed the synergy from all of these processes. And in the end of the day, brand Korkunov became a very much sought after gift for the New Year's dinner. And based on the survey, more than 50% of respondents were ready to go and buy Korkunov candy for themselves, just to treat themselves, or by way of a gift. So this is it. Thank you very much for your attention. In case you have any questions left, you may forward them to us through the app or to the email. The address, as you can see on the last slide. All the best. All the best.
We have told you about 3 elements of the new marketing approach, which is 4M, and so there remains the last one, evangelism. Sasha, and what about the survey results? Oh, give me just a couple of minutes in order to just do the results for our first question from Rambler Group. While we're at it, there will be a short commercial. Dear participants, download the mobile application of the conference. Inside it, you will be able to communicate with your colleagues, raise questions to the speakers, participate in questions, and watch the transmission. Download the application and put in the NextM event ID. The broadcast will also be available in Adindex network as well as NextM page and Facebook. If you missed one or several presentations at any point in time, you will be able to watch the recording on Adindex.ru website. The conference partners are Cellular Video Commercial GPMT, Rambler Group, EV, RBK Media Today Imho, First School of Digital, Amarena Media Sailing, Mail.ru Group, Go Mobile, Quant, Windstrike Agency, iTarget, Ute Channel, Music TV Channel, Happy Monday at Index. Thanks for reminding me, and thanks a lot to all those who voted. Let's take a look at the results of the survey. What out of the fantastic scenarios may turn themselves into reality in a short while?
So let's see the results. On the first place is virtual world, deepfake and virtual reality. Actually, I think it's already happening with us. On the second place is global digital multi-passports. That point we should wait a little. And on the third place is robotization of all life aspects.
Поведение потребителя изменилось, и бизнесу придется перестраиваться. Классические старые модели уже не работают. Вокруг нас миллиарды продуктов, поэтому гораздо ценнее стали впечатления, которые бренды дарят потребителям. Прежний подход к каналам продаж тоже устарел. Возможность покупать теперь есть везде – на форумах, в соцсетях и даже в мессенджерах. Теперь потребитель может дать бренду нечто большее, чем просто совершить покупку. И, поделившись чем-то личным, получить от бренда персональное предложение. А главная задача маркетологов – сделать так, чтобы потребители сами продвигали их бренды. Помогите своим потребителям пережить этот шторм вместе. И когда буря закончится, они станут вашими главными союзниками. Сейчас, как никогда, важна смелость и скорость принятия решений о трансформации бизнеса. Старая модель умерла. Да здравствует новая модель!
We have already told you about moving from product promotion to experience promotion, about how one should create seamless communications with consumers, how one should generate benefit for the business working with data. A question comes up. What is the last part of the evangelism is about? Well, evangelism, apart from a nice-sounding word, it is a very effective marketing instrument which enables one to deliver big brand ideas. This is building long-term relationships with consumers. Consumers love rather than just loyalty. So the way the group and customers approach to it, we'll hear from our colleagues from Mindshare, Mediacom, Wavemaker, and JSK Company colleagues. Yulia Verdesia, Creative Director, Content Plus Mindshare, and Elena Fomina, Strategic Director, Content Plus Mindshare. How ideas help keep people safe. Everybody, hello, my name is Yulia Vedesi, I'm Creative Director of Mindshare Content Plus, and today, within this brand Evangelists, I will tell you about a topic within which there is a social insight in its very middle, because that is what helped us to win over the hearts of the audience. Hello, my name is Elena Fomina, I'm the Strategic Director of Mindshare Content Plus, and we're not going to talk about the campaign which we developed for the Allweb brand, and through the example of it, we want to demonstrate the way these ideas help to save people's life. Let's begin with a prehistory. It's not for the first year where the auto category lives through difficult times, sales go down, and winning new customers becomes very cumbersome. And so every auto manufacturer inevitably faces a question whether one should maintain sales through the actual marketing campaigns or invest into long-term brand development and its equity. And despite a seemingly easy answer to this, we are all aware that in the real campaign that offers very easily comprehensible values, which is socially responsible in terms of the position that they're ready to step
standby, they can really count upon having the consumers vote for them. Speaking about the Volvo brand, safety has always been the biggest value for this particular brand. In the course of many years, Volvo engineers have been developing various innovations which really change around the whole of this auto category. 60 years ago, the Volvo engineers have produced a new safety belt design, 3-point safety belt that is currently everybody is familiar with, has really changed this whole auto category. Thanks to an open patent, this kind of a belt is something that you find in absolutely every automobile by any brand, and that helps to save millions of people's lives inside automobiles. The purpose of our campaign was to remind people about the need to buckle up and about the importance of a safety belt during the driving experience. So responding to this brief, we, the Russian office of the Mindshare Content Plus, have produced a full-bodied creative campaign, not only because we understand the customer business and the media environment, but we also understand the audience. We are able to find the in-depth insights upon which we build our communication. Looking for such an insight, we have studied our target audience, the auto owners in Russia, and we realized that the car owners have a very low driving culture. At the same time, the drivers are not putting on safety belts, so they are not watching out for their passengers to do so. And moreover, the drivers very often ignore rational safety rules. And it all meant to us that we needed to find a very emotional insight. And we realized that there is a certain symbol, which is a hug that any person can understand when we embrace our family members. In this way, we somehow want to protect them from something which may do damage to them, and in this way demonstrate our love to them. For them. And so the symbol of a hog is something that any person can understand, irrespective of the country, and in the same case with Volvo, its safety belt now for 60 years is embracing each of us in the cars the world over, and that kind of an image has become the key one for our ideas, which we describe Hug Me Belt. The belt hugs everyone and safeguards everyone inside a car, and to inspire our audience and to give the story of this symbol, and this way to remind us of the safety, we have come up with a very moving narrative. Please watch the video. We hope that it will inspire as well. When we give hugs to the ones we love, we show how strongly we love them, how we want to protect them. And that is the way the safety belts have been embracing us for 60 years. Mom and Dad, buckle up. I'm hugging you. So this story of a little boy and his family was so inspiring that people have been comparing it with a short movie. And that is exactly why the viewings were twice as often compared to the similar benchmarks. And when we saw the way people reacted to our idea, we realized that we need to go further. And we created this campaign as the way we described our campaign, Hug Me Belt. We called upon the people to put on their safety belts, to make a selfie, and to post it to the social networks to specify specifically the people that they wanted to hug with it. And in this way, remind the importance of using safety belts when driving. We have been joined by hundreds and hundreds of different people, ordinary opinion leaders. Those were males and females and kids, and we understood that each of them used a safety belt in a very different, unique way. And their selfies became the basis for this Volvo engineers as part of the global safety survey. Every photo which a person would send us helped engineers in their innovative developments, which would enable each of us to feel much safer now and in the future. really inspired by this campaign. We realized that any brand can find something important for itself, the values that it believes in, and share it with its target audience. And that's exactly what helps us to win over the hearts and build relationships for a very long period of time. We will be happy to create the same kinds of campaigns for you, so send your briefs and questions to our electronic email or to NextM application. Thank you very much. Keep healthy and don't forget to buckle up. Thank you very much. Don't forget about safety and love your family members. All the good. Goodbye. Dania Valitova, the head of Content Solution Group and Innovations in Mediacom, and Adilia Ilyasova, Digital Lead, JSK Consumer Healthcare, Innovation Incubator. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. We're happy to welcome everyone at the NextM conference. My name is Dania Valitova. I head the Content and Innovation in Mediacom. Hello, my name is Adilia Ilyasova. I'm the digital lead in the JSK Consumer Healthcare Company. Today we would like to talk about innovation, not only in terms of the application of new technologies, but also in the meaning of the new focus in brand communication. Today, the audience demand is in the area of receiving additional real values from the brand and improving our everyday life. Apart from translating purely product advantages, it is also important to create the value of the brand, which is something that is being lost outside of the promo marketing. Plus, the difficulty of the current environment is that it substantially increases the speed of the business processes being immersed with the brand particulars. And we would like to offer you a case which will show how through the new technologies we're able to resolve both the social problem as well as identify a new point of growth for the brand. In the JSK portfolio, Voltaren is one of the priority brand, a leader in the joint pains and muscle pains. And we asked ourselves the question, how one should develop a business in such a way so as to put an emphasis upon the brand advantages and simultaneously help our consumers, the patients and the HCPs, to solve the problems that they encounter. The osteoarthritis is one of the most common diseases in the world. More than 240 million people suffer from this disease. In Russia, this figure has reached 15 million, which is comparable in terms of the size of the Moscow's population. And this figure is growing. Just think of it. In about 30 years, 20% of the world's population will be over 60 years of age, and 1/5 of them, which is us, will be in the high-risk area to achieve a serious condition of osteoarthritis, which will lead to disability. So the way to diagnose osteoarthritis in Russia is quite lengthy and confusing. And so within this period of uncertainty, the patients suffer very much from the insufficient quality of their life. Together with JSK to help people to feel better and live longer, that is our mission. And so together with our Mediacom partners, we decided with the help of digital technologies to create the instrument of diagnosis osteoarthritis, which will be available to everyone so as to have a second opinion. So we have combined the medical expertise and technologies and have created an OsteoScan app, which is an online service to diagnose osteoarthritis. The users only need to upload their X-ray onto this service and respond to a number of questions about accompanying syndromes. So on that basis, the artificial intelligence up to 95% precision will define what's the stage of the osteoarthritis and will recommend the relevant approach. It must be noted that the leading physicians of the MGU State University Scientific Center, who together with software developers were teaching artificial intelligence, so thousands of people were able to take care of themselves and their family members to extend their active life because of a timely diagnosis. We've worked for quite a long time over this project, and the business results exceeded all of our expectations. In about 45 days after the launch, sales of Voltaren grew by 20%. The intention to do a purchase amongst the people who use this service grew by 10%. And towards the end of the year, the service was used by more than 700,000 people. So Voltaren project is the best confirmation that by creating an extra utility for a user, you can create a long-term brand advantages. And to help brands to find such solutions is what we should do, the agencies, and that is why we created inside the Mediacom an innovation incubator, which is called upon to identify new points of growth through introducing technology solutions, integrating them into the business processes, for which purpose we have a whole ecosystem which enables one to create an effective solutions per every specific case that we are facing. So how the process looks in creating such a solution, the task of the first phase to find the most significant insights and the new points of growth which are not very obvious, for which we analyze all of the available data and trend and identify the most promising technologies. The task of the next phase is to create a big idea in response to these insights, for which we hold a big creative brainstorm to which we invite our customers and experts from different areas, including the international ones, for example, the members of the Lions of Cannes jury and other festivals, which allow us to create a big and loud idea. Quite often we're able to produce several ideas, so we run pitching through which we select the strongest one of them and also choose partners for the subsequent implementation of the projects. The innovative projects sometimes carry within themselves certain risks because many things are being done for the first time, and that is why we attribute quite a big importance to running a service which sometimes force us to change our concepts substantially. So almost at every stage during the Voltaren case, we held in-depth interviews with the core physicians as well as the patients, and that enabled us to cut off superfluous data during the development of algorithm. We also held several times X testing, which enabled us to create the maximum user-friendly interface. After launching this campaign, our work is not coming to an end. We analyze to the extent to which the project worked effectively, both in terms of the business KPIs as well as affecting the brand health matrices, and that becomes the foundation for the subsequent decision-making about the development of the project and its scaling. For a fourth year in a row, through the digital technologies, we are helping our patients, and we're doing our best to share useful information and raise the awareness. Together with Mediacom, we produce additional 3 digital services. The freshest of them is the Check Derm, which follows the same principles as OsteoScan on the basis of visual detection. You can upload a picture of your problems on the scans and receive recommendations. Similarly, the well-known service, which is the flu diagnosis, and the allergic diagnostics, which is well known in the international and Russian community, was valuable. These services have been launched in 8 GSK markets in the EMEA region. Thank you very much for your attention. You can raise your questions right now through the NextM application or by email.
Ivan Shavrov, Director for Content Department in Wavemaker. Cyber sports, the sports which will survive. How do we turn esports fans into brand fans? Hello, I am Ivan Shavrov, Content Director of Wavemaker, and today I would like to tell you about our experience, how one could turn evangelists, the fans of gaming, of cyber sports into real brand sports, how brands which have grown used to play in the traditional sports territory to navigate through cyber sports. But this will have to be done because cyber sports is the kind of sports which will survive irrespective of any crisis. Throughout several years, gaming and cyber sports in Russia have been developing quite turbulently, and over the past 2 months, the pandemic gave this development a much stronger incentive because we see like the traffic with sports resources is going down while gaming and cyber sports are flourishing, attracting new audience. Gaming has the possibility not only to persevere through the crisis, but also become a refuge for the traditional athletes, and any offline, even hold an online concerts within the game by gathering dozens of millions of views. So we can confidently state that cyber sports is the kind of sports that will attract a lot of new viewers. And so with this in mind, the brands which have grown used to play in the traditional sports territory, as well as all those who tried gaming for themselves, it is important to understand for them how advertising is being perceived by gamers, the true fans and evangelists of cybersports. For that purpose, Wavemaker, with the support of the bigger segment players, launched an online survey during which we polled the gamers and cybersports about trying to understand their attitude towards advertising in cybersports, as well as identify specific attributes of the messages which do affect positive perception. And we would like to share with you our key findings which will help us to navigate through gaming. First of all, I would like to quieten down the majority of the brands which are not part of the endemic ones, the most relevant gamers, I mean computers and games. Of course, the endemic brands and advertising in broadcast, gamers find more appropriate, but the statistic gap with non-endemic brands is very small. Therefore, one can effectively place advertising of products which are not part of gaming and do it very successfully. The celebs in this sports work traditionally, they positively affect the entertaining component as well as credibility and the information part of it. Using the gaming slang can bring about positive response, but one shouldn't really count upon trust being stronger or more information flowing from its use. And this has to be done very appropriately and skillfully, because the skillful utilization of slang works for the entertaining part of it. And this is the key attribute which influences the overall positive perception of advertising by gamers. So if you want to win gamers, give them fun. And so this is a statement that the insight is directly related to, which we found in a dialogue with one of the gamers who told us, guys, don't try to be a cool dad. You need to become a bro. What does this mean? It means that the brand itself should become the gaming fan and behave accordingly. And this kind of approach helped us to resolve a very intricate objective to launch the communication in gaming of a non-endemic brand, which is the NextM Ultra line. Working with professional gamers and streamers is being made more difficult because in a sports broadcast you see a bright concoction of sponsors, logos, and so a bit of a banner. Blindness is there, so we needed to find a new approach which would help us raise attention. And we did it by launching previously a non-existent format in broadcast which copies the cybersport fan behavior, the donuts. I mean, the voluntary donation by the viewers to the broadcasters. Usually viewers give 100 or 200 rubles to streamers, being grateful for their tricks. Together with our technology partner, donation alerts turned donations from to the brand notable, bright, and even with musical jingles and carrying a certain message, because fans, gamers, do send donations to the streamers as a reward for demonstrating cool skills in such bright gaming moments we decided to describe as ultra cool skills. Let's take a look at what they do in actually.
Ultra skill.
Just look at it. It's a cool animation. Thank you very much. Carry on like this. Thank you, Nivea. Ultra skills. It works out really fine. Thank you very much. Great. Many thanks, Nivea for men. Thank you. That was an ultra skill. Thank you. Give us another ultra skill moment. Thank you very much for Donut, Nivea Ultraman skill. We will do our best. In order to truly understand gamers, in order to sound convincingly, the brand itself must become a gaming fan. To prioritize entertaining component which would enable to skillfully use celebs and slang, and in the end of the day would lead to an effective communication with gamers, and will turn gaming fans into the brand fans. If your brand is facing this particular task, we will be looking forward to receive your briefs, as well as forward your questions right here and now through the NextM application. I would be looking forward to answer them. Thank you.
Today, at this conference, we've spoken about the marketing evolution, how digital became the kind of a driver which led to the classic approach of 4P transformation. Together, we have come up with the formula 4M, and we told you about what is it made up of. We've told you about the consumers evolve and change marketing approaches and brands in order for the proposed solutions to always remain vital. Agencies also need to change, and that is what we're going to talk about in the third part of our conference. But before we disclose what kind of services our agencies are now offering, let's see whether you've been able to guess any of these services. Before we share these answers with you, please take a look at a short commercial. Dear participants, download the mobile application of the conference. Inside it, you will be able to communicate with your colleagues, raise questions to the speakers, participate in questions, and watch the transmission. Download the application and put in the NextM event ID. The broadcast will also be available in Adindex network as well as NextM page and Facebook. If you missed one or several presentations at any point in time, you will be able to watch the recording on Adindex.ru website. The conference partners are Cellular Video Commercial GPMT, Rambler Group, EV, RBK, Media Today, Imho, First School of Digital, Amarena Media Sailing, Mail.ru Group, Go Mobile, Quant, Windstrike Agency, iTarget, Ute Channel, Music TV Channel, Happy Monday at Index.
Dear colleagues, now we want to follow up with our survey, which we conducted together with Rambler Group, and I want to share the result of the second question. And the question was, which future-proof services agencies should provide? The most popular answer was about Agency 360, creative media, business consulting, and IT solution. The second most popular answer was about marketplace and possibility of choosing one or few services from the whole stack. And the third answer was about business consulting and audit.
In order to cope with the new challenges, the agencies need to continuously change and evolve. The motto of the agency that I work with, people first, better results. Taking care of the people, you get the best possible outcomes. That is quite a product placement that is so easy to accept. Oleg, what's your motto? Sasha, our motto is teamwork, speak, and provocation, but for this conference we came up with a special motto. Like, share, share. It's funny. Agencies in the first place is all about people, and all the changes start with them. What we are saying is what will change in the process of interaction and in project management approaches. So the next speakers are the ones who directly are involved in integration and the innovations in implementation.
Уже все поняли, что мир изменился, и работа агентств тоже не будет прежней. Необходимо стать еще эффективнее и пересмотреть свою инфраструктуру. Важно повысить гибкость. Больше нет возможности строить планирование в течение месяца. Решения от нас ждут прямо сейчас. Нужно сформировать видение, чтобы преодолеть неопределенность. Выиграет тот, кто управляет трансформацией. В группе М мы уже используем доказавшие свою эффективность инструменты, которые позволяют бизнесу выявить свою аудиторию в соцсетях, улучшить диджитал-мерчендайзинг, подобрать оптимальных лидеров мнений для продвижения, измерить эффективность, здоровье и даже любовь к бренду. Но мы не останавливаемся и развиваем новые продукты, которые помогут найти свое место в e-commerce, спрогнозировать потребительский спрос, провести анализ и аудит работы в диджитал и управлять инфраструктурой бизнеса в эпоху e-commerce. И мы с радостью о них вам расскажем.
Now we'll hear the representatives from all of the agencies who are part of the Group M. Each of us have our own new approaches and new development strategy. This is important for us, important to understand that as a result we have our own vision and we're all targeting the outcome which will help our customers to grow and develop their businesses. Over the past few years, particularly over the few months, the role of the agencies have transformed. Now an agency is a business advisor and a partner in strategic endeavors of our customers. Group M has the role allocation as the system of interaction between the agents and transformation in different areas helps our customers to achieve smart decisions and vital instruments to grow their businesses. Pavel Shumakov, the managing partner for Digital Media Mindshare, the agency as a marketplace, how to change and adapt in new reality. Everybody, hello. My name is Pavel Shumakov. I work in the main chart agency. Today, we are all asking ourselves that question, how these complicated and wondrous events that happened recently may affect the advertising industry, our whole life, and what the agencies do. And so, possibly, the experience that we've had before in this new reality won't work as well. So, I suggest within the next few minutes to discuss what could be the consequences of this unusual period of time and maybe offer to you this scenario the way we see it in our agency. Let's begin. In Russia, we are used to different crises, and although this crisis is a very extraordinary one, but it's not the first one, and so it would be logical to look back and see what the previous turbulent times produced. Let's take a look at the crisis in 2014. Amongst many consequences, became memorable in terms of changing loyalty towards the brand, which effectively fell down 3 times, and almost 80% of sales started following the promos. And that brought about some considerable changes in the advertising industry because the linear approach in working with media, when we put an emphasis upon the media matrices and the market indicators, have changed considerably. And effectively, absolutely all of the media now had, since then, the kind of an approach which was common in the performance part of digital placement, when the whole rationale of working with media channels was placed into the funnel when the econometrics became an absolute hygiene, while promo mechanics started, took up a commanding post, not only in the digital, but almost everywhere. So let's take a look at what actually is currently taking place. What do we see? Can we say that the trade marketing and promo over the past several months have considerably grown in importance? Oh yes, of course. But there is another important detail that I would like to touch upon, which is, in the past we used to see e-commerce as simply media. It ceased to be just that. On the wave of the market's decline, the difficulties with sales, and all the rest of the consequences from COVID, e-commerce ceased to be just media. It became the kind of an interface which connected honestly all of the points within the marketing activity. And so based on fact, we currently have a unique opportunity to measure the brand exposure and the rest of the brand matrices, as well as the sales, within one single ecosystem upon one platform, to see the full customer journey at one glance. So I do say that something that we've been talking about before then have finally happened, and the time has come to truly start doing it. So let's take a look. On the one hand, working with e-commerce is comprising 3 main components, and that's definitely focusing on all of the media upon sales, that is sales management, and developing different chains and connectivity that affects it. Because of that, for example, a very important role is being taken up by the content management practices and ultimately the analytics, which not only enables one to come to conclusions about different campaigns, but also to understand the customer behavior principally, as well as to assess the finest of trends which are taking place in the market. But if we are to dissect these 2 components in between different players and technologies, the system becomes much more complicated, and you can see it up on the slide.
And you can note that the number of solutions and the partners that we are bound with in performing these tasks is very multiple. And you can note the players in this ecosystem that you've known for quite some time. You may see somebody new, but in the end of the day, what this whole diversity and this situation may lead to when we and the rest of the market and all the rest of the players will start immersing themselves deeper into this complex reality. In our mind, the following thing will happen. Post-COVID communications will force us to make yet another serious steps towards the attention, towards the influence achieved by the advertising attention. The funnel from the performance approach still functions as part of the evolution that Sergei Zakharov told us before. The data that we've spoken about so much will become an inextricable part of every activity. It's ultimate hygiene, with a task to come closer to specific sales, irrespective of the way the sales system is developed on the customer side. Does he have an online sales or not? So the means to achieve these objectives will be more in the area of personalized communication rather than just in the hot sale promo. And I suppose that because of that, a question may come up, what will be the way that the agency role should evolve against the condition of the processes becoming even more complex and confusing, and this whole system carries underneath a very agile charge of complexity and difficulty. It seems to us that our role of an agency will be in managing and helping customers to navigate through this stronger complexity. It's a surprising metaphor, but e-com develops not only as an interface intermediate, as a link between all of the marketing activities, but e-com also prompts us to understand what is the way that we can evolve as an agency. And that is why we believe that there are many things that we can learn from such e-com representatives as Marketplace. And what is the specialty about it? We, I suppose, are all aware of it as regular consumers and customers of these services. They offer to each of us the opportunity to navigate in an endless assortment of different products and select for our needs an optimum solution. Amongst other things, they possess some very serious search system and some intellectual modules which prompt us in decision making. And effectively, we do believe that, largely speaking, the agency, as far as the customers are concerned, should look not like what we see on this slide, because the agencies currently should act in the very same way. Today, my colleagues have told us about a great number of products that deal with different objectives, absolutely different channels for different customers with different objectives. And exactly this kind of an opportunity to offer almost an endless assortment of solutions for absolutely every situation in life, and very smartly select a product basket per every task, that means to become a marketplace. And we think that these kinds of products that we pointed to today, that we told you about, such as the social ID, DCO, e-com, and many, many others, these products are very worthy SKUs on a digital shelf of our agency office. And so our task, the way we see it as an agency, is to escort our customers through this virtual supermarketplace and to fill your baskets only with the kind of products from which you'll be able to cook the kind of a dish that you wanted to have when making plans to go to the store. Thank you very much, and thank you for your attention. Please forward your questions to my email that is shown on this slide, or send it through the NextM app. So see you, and stay healthy. Maria Abaronova, the head of the digital product development in MediaCom, and Dmitry Anuriev, head of the content solutions in MediaCom. Everything has changed? Nothing changed. How do we change our approaches to the work we do in the new reality? Everybody, hello. My name is Dmitry Anuriev. I'm in charge of content innovation in MediaCom agency. Everybody, hello. My name is Masha Abaronova. I'm in charge of the digital product development in MediaCom agency.
Today, we're talking a lot about the way consumers change and the approach to marketing, but what is happening to the agencies to us, it was very important to bring in very valuable results. It has become even more important during the crisis. We're currently sorting through different scenarios in order to find the most optimum solutions which will bring benefit right here and now. Today we would like to tell you about the way we have changed in order to continue to present to our customers the most effective services. Pandemic effectively have brought our attention to the change that people have been talking about for quite some time, but nobody really did anything about it. So currently no more opportunities left to discuss something in plank. On the contrary, one should become as agile as possible. Amongst the challenges that our customers have faced, we have identified three core ones which are most important as we believe. The first one is to increase efficiency and effectiveness beyond paid media. Second is to speed up activity in online commerce. And the third, bringing new working solutions for business growth. How one can cope with all these challenges, and we're going to tell you about what kind of services the Medicom agency has for this particular purpose, and the first one we will hear about from Demir. And the first challenge that we are facing is to increase efficiency beyond paid media. We have grown used to the fact that direct advertising is the subject of regular, continuous study. It is being surveyed from different angles. However, there are different areas beyond paid media where you find a lot of potential to improve efficiency. And if we approach them with the same kind of fundamental and scrupulousness, then we will be able to achieve great results. It doesn't matter this is influence marketing or promo activities or individualized offer from a brand or retailer, and of course owned content. Within each and many other areas, there is an enormous potential to improve efficiency, and we do possess specific solutions in order to do it right here and now. Let's share with you an excellent example of the way one can use this fundamental approach and achieve results. Imagine a situation. You are an advertiser with several dozens of campaigns in the course of a year, and per each campaign you create unique content. Irrespective of whether it's website, mobile apps, or individual landing pages, it is impermissible every time to create them from scratch, because you are running the risk of not being able to use the experience from previous campaigns, as well as to fall short on the maximum effect that they can generate for a business. So what can be our response to this challenge? By way of a solution, we are offering a continuous process of an audit and testing and prototyping for the assets that we are creating for your advertising campaign, be the website or mobile apps. Together with that, we are creating a specialty team per every project and also deploy an historic database which enables one to accumulate information and data and to improve efficiency of the created assets up to 20% plus. Doesn't sound bad, doesn't it? So the second challenge that we're facing is a significant improvement of what we do in online commerce. Even before COVID-19, we had a very well-organized process to strengthen brand work in the area of e-commerce. What did it mean? It consists of 5 consistent steps. We begin with setting up a business task, defining the overall place for the online commerce in the ecosystem for the brand communication. Then through the consumer behavior analysis and the used retailers, we arrive at creating general guidelines and a consistent implementation of them in terms of the brand activities. But now the market expectations change and our process also evolves alongside with that. Whereas in the past we first would create annual strategies, we simply don't have any more time for that. We act right here and now, and we achieve the kind of valuable experience on the basis of which subsequently we'll be creating new strategies. And I suppose that the most indicative examples of such an approach is our Smolten projects, where within just 1 month we were able to turn the rules of the game around, shifting the focus from creating annual guidelines upon acting right here and now. Very quickly we've been able to test the key hypothesis, and we realized what kind of products are in better demand within online consumers. What are the points in time and moments that we need to affect them in order to achieve better results? And quite naturally we have selected the most effective media format to promote them. As a result, right here and now, we end up being in exactly the point in time when the campaign is active and consumers do see our new communication, and the most important thing that we're moving towards a very specific outcome to raise ROI up to the level of 1.1. The third challenge that we would like to tell you about is searching for new effective solutions for business growth. So how we are changing ourselves to deal with this challenge, since Mediacom everywhere uses the systemic approach, here we have similarly applied it to our mind in order to be able to identify the most effective solutions. One needs to really cast a look at everything scholastically, and that is why our changes did take place, and they continue within three interrelated areas: skills, processes, and tools. Now, what does that mean in practice? In practice, that means exchange of expertise between different departments, and that is training the employees in terms of skill set from other departments, for example, strategy to use the classic digital instruments in order to be able to identify new insights inside the audience. By applying this approach, we're looking at the task from different angles, finding new points of growth. For example, Mars Pet Care is our customer. Together we face the task to create a more effective contact strategy for the whole of the brand portfolio, and we decided not to limit ourselves to traditional approach and select direct contact requests. Instead of it, we decided to go deep into the insights of the consumers, and that was why we gathered a team from strategists and planners, and at certain stages also brought in creative agencies. This combined team held a joint survey of the brand audience and identified unique areas of expertise per each of them, and that enabled us from a new angle to cast a look at the possibility of an efficient portfolio brand management within a context. Moreover, this strategy also uses classic performance instruments to search insights about the consumers and the audience. They identify hypotheses. We're telling the performance people who would choose technical skills and tools for more effective implementations. All put together worked quite well. We were able to end up having a comprehensive strategy which covers new points of growth for the Mars Pet Care businesses. As you can see, per every change we are finding a proper solutions, and we're not standing still, we're not staying complacent. We're going to change further and offer to our customers newer and more effective instruments in order to cope with the challenges of our times. This is it. Thanks, everyone. Please send your questions through email or right through NextM app right now. Everybody, once again, thank you very much and see you. Elena Karshak, Director for Innovations in Wavemaker, and Dmitry Tikhonkov, Strategy and Content Director in Wavemaker, forecasting decisions for the new normal. From crystal gazing to wavecast, making a decision in the new normal. Good afternoon. My name is Dmitry Tikhonkov. I'm the Chief Content and Strategy Officer in Wavemaker Agency, representing Elena Korshak, who is our Innovations Director. Everybody, hello. Would you like to find out how, actually from the magic ball, one could make a very important choice in difficult situations? So let us tell you. In an ordinary life, we are making up our minds about the current situation in the future. Some things are easier, some are more difficult, but if a certain difficulty happens, which is the force majeure, a default or a natural calamity or the pandemic right now, we are all in a dead end. And something that we used to rely upon in the past simply doesn't work anymore. Analysts' views are different. The forecasts are brought down to zero with the speed of light. The past experience is not always applicable, and to be guided by a gut feeling is fearsome and somewhat risky, I should say. So if we are to generalize, we're essentially interested in two main questions: what will happen tomorrow and what we're to do right here and now, so that from all possible scenarios in the future, the most favorable one could come true. But if we talk about businesses and brands, so you can identify three areas of uncertainties which bring about a lot of worries and concerns, but at the same time require the very same important decision-making right here and now. The first one is the audience. How people are going to behave. What are they going to do? We are in for the second wave of the panic stocking, or we're all going along the normal consumer mode. Second category, are we to expect the recovery or stagnation will sustain? And the brand, how are we to support it? How are we not to spread the budget thin, but at the same time to ensure long-term growth?
With the beginning of the crisis, when, as Elena told us, many of the past trends all of a sudden are not working, we have expediently created the Wavecast. Wavecast helps us to monitor the indicators in advance of things, and most importantly, it enables one to forecast trends and the business indicators which do depend upon such trends. So we've done it in the past as well, but the crisis required us to combine all these different approaches into a system which enables us to make many decisions on the basis of the forecast. And so Wavecast is exactly the system. Our decisions are made out of three interlinked modules. The first one is tracking, early tracking, and within the context of media planning, these are the indicators which in the first place do signal about the changes in the consumer demand and the consumer attitudes. Now, followed by the forward-looking insight, this Wavecast enables one to do very reliable and very informative insight. And when we get a more predictable and understandable picture of the future, it makes possible to produce different scenarios. And this is exactly the third important component in our instrument. We have noted that for some time people don't feel any shortage of data in an open, easy access. There are so many reports and webinars and surveys and statistics and facts, but they are not making us more certain. They're confusing us stronger. So during the first step, we first collect a big data as a very structured one, web analytics, sales data, social monitoring information, various search results, and then with the help of a special algorithm on the basis of artificial intelligence, we identify the big number of meaningful parameters which very much predetermine the consumer behavior in the immediate future. And these data sets we pass over for further processing. Next, the Wavecast produces scenarios for the selected indicators and indicator rows. We're trying to work with various models in order to come up with more precise information. In these compositions, they have different one, the exponential scaling decomposition of a trend, when the regulators, the profit model, for example, is the one that was developed and actually being used to forecast by Facebook. So in the majority of cases, Wavecast works with automatic forecasting and the dynamic additional model training, but this automation doesn't rule out the work done by analysts and the validation of the results so as to further fine-tune the work of the model. The most important task in this trend forecasting in Wavecast, of course, is not just forecasting for the sake of forecasting and not even improving their precision. The forecasting precision is a technical task which is more or less successfully being achieved by machine learning. The most important objective behind Wavecast is to provide us with an understanding of the possibilities and risks which emerge because of the changing consumer behavior, because of the quickly changing trends. And the most important thing that we get from it is to repeat it in a more comprehensive way. I mean, the picture of the future and a more precise knowledge of the points in time when media scenario has to be activated, which will help us in the quickly changing situations for the brand to strengthen its positions in the market. In the outcome, the Wavecast enables us to perform the mass automatic forecasting procedures. As I said, these forecasts are being done to create the demand indicators in the first place for the consumer behavior indicators and the business indicators. And these forecasts have a high level of precision. Forecasting, applying the methods and technologies of Wavecast, creates the foundation for an early plan optimization and their adaptation to the new environment. And as far as the results of such optimizations are concerned, our previous experience of working in forecast before Wavecast demonstrated that applying such expedient forecasting and very expedient adaptation of media plans improves the outcome, business outcomes for the company, be it the indication of the business knowledge or the intention to learn more about the brand of a product or the intention to purchase it. If you need help in your decision making against this new normal, we would be happy to meet and discuss it. If you have any questions left, you can put them through the live chat or send them to the email address that you see on the screen. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you. I do not know whether it is correct to speak about my attitude towards the speakers, but the next speaker couldn't leave me indifferent. This is one of those points when you already know what the speech is going to be about, but you regret so sincerely that you can't listen to it for the first time, because you should really be attentive, because behind all the metaphors that you will hear, there is an incredible idea that you can use for the good of your business. Our invited speaker, Yuri Saprikin, the founder of an educational Poke at the Shelf project. And Yuri will explain to us what is a new tactility and where is the border of the digital world. Yuri Saprikin, the head of the Shelf project. The topic is new tactility and the boundaries of the digital world. What we learned about ourselves during our self-isolation. In December 2015, in the New York Park Avenue Armory, a series of concerts of the world-renowned pianist of the Russian origin from Germany was supposed to take place. Igor Levit was his name. So the organizers decided that these concerts should not become just an ordinary event, but something which would be very memorable, something that the spectators would remember now years downwards. And so they decided to invite to create this extraordinary thing a well-known artist, the author of many historic performances, Marina Abramovich. Despite the expectations, Abramovich did not organize any performance. She didn't appear on the stage herself. She decided not to bring on the stage other people who would do something with their bodies. She practically decided to do nothing. The only thing that she proposed to the organizers was to take away from the spectators upon entrance mobiles and watches, and then the viewers would take their seats in the hall, and within some uncertain period of time, in a hall dimly lit, they were supposed to sit and wait for something they couldn't understand, apparently the beginning of the performance, although there was no certainty that the performance was to begin at that point in time. They didn't have it, so they had to sit there for a long period of time. They couldn't measure this time. They couldn't be distracted by anything because mobile phones were taken away from them. So for a modern person, this is an extreme discomfort. I mean, the people who survived through these performances told that they felt anguish, irritation, panic. But when ultimately the pianist would appear on the stage and would take his first notes, which was the Bach's variations, everyone felt this incredible feeling, as if they heard this music for the first time, as if these were the first notes of music that they ever heard in their life. To a certain extent, all of us ended up being participants in such a performance instigated by Abramovich. We had to be in lockdown, in self-isolation, without going to work, without letting our kids go to schools, and getting rid of certain habitual things that we were used to do in life. Within a certain period of time, we were supposed to sit and wait for something. We couldn't know what, and we couldn't measure this time, or make a prediction about when this expectation will end. The same like for the spectators at the Levit and Abramovich performance, we felt that we were going through some unique experience. Nothing ever happened like that in the past. So this is a bit of a ruse of the human mind to think that the time that we're living through and the events happening to us is something special that doesn't have any similes. This particular feeling has even the description Jim Faust in 1974 described it as chronocentricity, the feeling that our time is the most special, the most unique, and it hasn't ever been like that before. And within this very special time, of course, it seems to us that the world, once this expectation is over, is not going to be the same anymore.
And that became a truly rubber stamp kind of a description upon any website, in any publication, in any media. The world is not going to be the same once the pandemic is over. It will change irrevocably. And I decided to, just off chance, to find on the web a few forecasts and a few predictions about the way the world could change after the pandemic. And here you are. We are being promised the end of the economy, the way we knew it, the end of the global world, of a transparent world, the world which is without borders, or at least the end of the European Union as a common economic area, the end of traveling in the form and shape that we've grown used to it, when at any time you can buy yourself a ticket on the plane and fly anywhere you want, the end of handshaking, the end of promiscuous relationships, the end of life, the end of cinemas, the end of anything you can think of. So we're not longer going to go to work, we're not going to meet our friends, we're not going to hug and kiss each other, we're not going to go out of our homes, everything's going to be done online, and that is the way it will remain forever. The only thing that one may say about these predictions, something that we learn from the experience of other crises and catastrophes that the humanity went through, one shouldn't trust them, one shouldn't believe them. Nothing of that will ever occur. One way or another, life will come to its usual ways, and it happens in front of our eyes. Online will never substitute the physical emotions, the tactile emotions, the real world. But out of this self-isolation period, when and if we saw how things dramatically moved into the offline area, at a very high speed, out of this kind of a period, one may construe various lessons. Online evidently is not going to disappear, but during the self-isolation, we somehow, for the first time, were able to identify its boundaries, something that online area in its current form cannot do. Having found ourselves inside the Zooms or face-to-face with online services, we very often felt as if we have been deprived of very important tactile abilities. Seemingly everything was the same, but slightly different. In online, you don't find certain inconspicuous things that you identify with in the physical world. For example, when you walk along the street, and at any point in time you can decide whether you should go left or right, go inside that cafeteria or in a different one, when you look in the faces of the people you don't know and try to identify some known features. In online, you don't have that freedom and spontaneity at the level of very elementary decisions and sentiments that feel very natural in the physical world. Online services, online communications, this is a journey one way. This is a one-way communication, a sort of a translation and transmission where you have a transmitter and a receiver, where you've got somebody who's speaking or the one who is sending a message and the audience who are on the receiving side. You should agree that online transmission, even amongst your friends, the best one, if you think about the museums where you go to, where very often certain things are the ones that we don't pay attention to are very important. The people walking around us, certain bits of conversations that we hear when people all of a sudden gather and congregate at one picture, at another statue, when you can control the rhythm of your walking through the museums and stay longer at this or that masterpiece, or pass by without even looking at another one. So this spontaneity that is dependent upon only us, online experience in its current form is something that cannot produce. Moreover, in it, very often, we don't have the matrix that we usually rely upon in our physical feelings, the one that unites us in real life. Certainly, the online service designers are very well aware of the way they should attract our attention, or how to establish connectivity towards this or that function. What is the icon that we would most probably go for? Which one we would never look at? But this is a bit of a universal thing for any person, anytime. But to somehow play out the kind of the feelings that unite us, the ones that we feel in self-isolation, these are the kind of fine things that the online environment is not yet capable of. But nevertheless, if we are to take a look at online at a slightly different angle, we will realize that there are certain oases inside it, certain places where there's principally new interaction, much more spontaneous and free, is taking place already now. Let's, for example, take a look at ISO isolation flash mob, which I'm sure all of you have seen and many of you participated in, where the Facebook users or Instagram users in home environment tried to copy the renowned masterpiece of the classic masters. And it doesn't look like a one-way street or a transmission that you have to receive passively. It doesn't look like a pre-programmed, rigidly algorithmized interaction. This is a game which has certain rigid rules and clear rules and frameworks, but inside it there is an enormous space for fantasizing, for self-fulfillment, and you can choose a drawing yourself and you can decide how you should reproduce it in any and at any level of imagination that you can demonstrate, and it all juxtaposes itself upon the feelings that unite us all. It's not that let's run and just do copycatting of this picture. It is all being permitted from the feeling, yes, we are locked in our homes, we cannot walk out and go to a museum, but somehow we can reconstruct such a museum at home, and this is something that makes us all alike. And interesting that certain things which are very much similar to this concept have been implemented and executed in very diverse countries and very diverse cultural institutions. For example, the New York Metropolitan Museum, simultaneously with the Russian Facebook users, came up with exactly the same kind of a game, which was very popular in Instagram Madoni, because Instagram users were offered to copy the masterpieces from that particular museum. So we see this metropolitan Instagram where some creative person put on a hat on a dog, and that looked like Van Gogh's portrait. In the same token, in the metropolitan Instagram, there was a flash mob performed where users were supposed to find the most terrible haircuts upon the pictures in the museum collection. And that was also very free and spontaneous games with straightforward rules, which went along with the uniting feelings that we're not very much looked down. We can go to hairdressers or to barbers. We're all having this terrible haircuts, but one of the first ones who found themselves in this situation. Just look at this masterpiece of a classic art. There are other people who similarly look ugly, and that really creates a bit of a fun experience, and the kind of experience that really is very common for all of us, generating common emotions. I suppose in a certain world next after the pandemic, online will have to change itself. The experience that we've gone through should set direction for the future development of the services, communication, and the products that we encounter online. And I would even say that the winner in this new world will be the one who will be able to add on to his or her services, online products, this experience of spontaneity and freedom, which we've grown used to live through in the physical world, in which so brilliantly has been demonstrated in all of the flash mobs and challenges which somehow emerged in the lockdown period. The kind of experience which contains something unexpected, meeting something unknown, giving you a feeling that something quite unpredictable may happen, that there are certain well-known rules of the game within which anything may happen. And it seems to me that nowadays it is extremely interesting to think about it, to think about how to make online closer to very fine, subtle feelings of spontaneity and freedom in our life in the real world, and about how beforehand one could juxtapose it upon the emotions and sentiments which unite the users, which they're waiting for, which they lack at exactly this point in time. Not generally, like in the case of people who are always alike in any continent at any given point in time, but specifically right here now, how to connect this experience to what these people are currently feeling. And it seems to me, if we are to talk about such common emotions, we are going through a very unique point in time when this emotion, this sentiment is not very difficult to predict, not very difficult to capture, because we're all more or less feel the same thing. And I would say that this emotion is no longer related to online services, but to specifically the process of going back to the real world, the moment in life, like in the case with the performance that was designed by Abramovich, creates a very strong feeling, no matter what happens to you at the point in time when this prolonged expectation is over. This something is being felt particularly strongly, and that would be memorable for a long period of time. And here I see an additional chance for the people who will meet us in this online world, for the products, for brands, for the communications, which are expecting us at the point of exit from self-isolation, how one should really play this point in time of going back to the real world and turn it into something truly memorable. So it seems to me that there is also another big chance for a certain creation of loyalty and very strong emotional link between your audience and your product and brand. And the winner here, in this sense, will be the one who will be in a position to offer the experience not only related to the sentiments of, related to the remaining restrictions, when we still have to continue how many visitors you have to be, to have per square meters, should they wear the masks, or should they stay apart from each other 1 meter, 1.5 meters. But the winner really will be the one who would offer the kind of experience which would be related not to the continuing restrictions, but to the ability to yet again experience this physical presence, tactile contact, spontaneity and freedom that we find in the real world. The winner will be the one who creates an unforgettable ritual of a comeback into a normal life. This ritual could be a very simple. Interestingly enough, for example, the need for such a ritual is something that the Moscow farmers market salespeople understand very often. The place where I found myself unexpectedly, where almost every person behind the counter looks into your eyes, smiles at you, and tries to maintain a conversation saying how they've missed you, how they were really worried about when things will go back to normal, and trying to give you as a little gift a piece of lemon or a pepper, understanding that this little gift creates the kind of an emotional link that will connect you to this particular counter for long. The winner will be the one who will create this ritual out of most meaningless things, from a smile, from a good and kind word that you hear from somebody you don't know, from a little gift, from any little gesture, or any symbol of action which identifies and symbolizes this transition moment, going back to the real world, exactly like during the performance that I started out my conversation with you with. Very simple words, very simple accords at this point in time can create an extremely unforgettable impression that will stay with us forever. This prolonged expectation is coming to an end, a pianist is coming onto the stage, and music starts being heard, and this music is what we'll remember for long. Thank you.
Before we all go back to our chores, I would like to once again thank you for being with us today. Thank you so much for your participation, for your active listening, for your questions. Great many thanks to all of our speakers. Great many thanks to our speakers from Mindshare, Mediacom and Wavemaker agencies for their brilliant cases. Great many thanks to our customers who spoke together with us here. Great many thanks to our partners who sponsored this conference.
Great many thanks to our invited speakers for their inspiring presentations, and separate great many thanks to our moderator Oleg and Sasha, who for the first time tried themselves as moderators in an online conference. Share with us your feedbacks. This is our first experience of doing a conference online, and we're looking forward to see you at our autumn conference this year, next year. And let me pass now the floor to the moderators, Oleg and Sasha. Thank you very much.
To summarize today's conference, I would like to show you results of the last question. Which 3 trends best describe the new reality? Of course, online and digital is on the top. Everyone have lived there for 3 months and will not leave it so easy. On the second place, I can see that you mentioned safety, and this is quite natural. People worry about themselves and beloved ones. And on the third place, position is shared between e-commerce and contactlessness, which is also very related to safety.
Dear colleagues, thank you for spending these 3 hours with us. We very much hope that you found a lot of useful things and even would be inspired for something new. You can continue posting your questions to the speakers in NextM app before the end of the weekend until June 28th. The answers will be made available on the 1st and 2nd of July. The materials of the conference will also be available through the app and as part of the Adindex special project. Sasha and I would like to thank our speakers for excellent presentations. On my own personal behalf, I would like to thank Sasha for being a co-moderator and making our presentations so nice sounding. So I would like to bid you good day and thanks very much for being with us. Dear participants, the annual Group M conference NextM 2020, Reshaping Digital in the New Reality, or Playing by the New Rules in the Digital, is over. The whole of the conference content, video presentations, speeches and interviews have already been published at the Adindex website and in the NextM mobile app. The recording of this broadcast will be available in social networks at Index, YouTube, Facebook and in Contact. We are grateful to the partners of the conference for their support: the JPMT Advertising, Rambler Group, IV, RBK, Media Today, Imho, the First School of Digital, Amarena Media Selling, Mail.ru Group, Go Mobile, Quant, Windstrike Agency, iTarget, U Channel, Moose TV Channel, Happy Monday at Index. See you next year.